Welcome everyone to the Town of Greater Napanee Special Session of Council for the 16th day of November 2023. I just want to remind everyone this evening that this evening's meeting is being recorded and streamed live on our YouTube channel. So having said that, we'll call the meeting to order. I'll look for an adoption of the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Hicks. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed, motion's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Items for discussion. The 2024 draft operating budget presentation. I see Mr. Murphy is set up and ready to go. Whenever you're ready, Nathan, you can start off.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. Thank you. I just want to start before we actually get into the presentation and kind of give a rundown of what the intent is here and how we're going to go through this. The first number of slides I will likely be speaking to once we hit committees of council. I believe I've given notification to council that my expectation is the chair of each of those committee will speak to those requests, just so everyone's aware. And then as we get into departments, each manager, director, GM of such department will come up, sit here, and we'll work through those together as we get through those slides. If you have questions, we will take, and with the people switching chairs constantly, it will give natural breaks, but please ask questions at each slide, and we could do a wrap up at the end, but I would much prefer if we could do questions at each slide. That way I can make notes, or we can all make notes. And then kind of wrap at the end from there. So if there's any questions on that, we can go from there. If not, I'll start into it.
Great, thanks, Nathan. And that's I think that's probably the easiest way to deal with it. And we can come back to it, anything if we need to anyway. So whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Perfect. So I'll start off with the executive summary here. I'm sure the first number is probably a little eye-popping for some, but as of right now, first draft is showing a 13.95% increase on operating levy. And that would be using the same curbside collection method that was presented last year for the end of the year. So this would be over a full year term, though, not the 50%, but full year. With the consideration of long-term debt, that would equate to a 9.64% increase. The reason being there is the SPC debenture would not be at a full year this year. So it matures at the end of April. So we're getting, a third of the year relief on that essentially. There is a few key areas that we're seeing increases. Utility costs, heat costs, appear have crept up quite a bit in 2023. Staff are intending to reach out to Enbridge and get more accurate readings, though they don't seem to do readings as frequently as Union Gas did. So it might be falsely increased at this point in time. So there may be some room for that to decrease. So that's something we're certainly looking into at this point. Service contracts, we have a number of renewals, and with cost of living increasing, so do contracts. So that's another area of increase, as well as insurance just seems to continue to rise for us. So we have budgeted accordingly. And then wages and benefits, just with the increases over years, it just continues to climb, obviously. So as I mentioned previously, staff will come up for each high-level summary. There's a number of service level adjustments that are noted within the presentation. Each of those is included in the budget amounts. So if you see a separate slide that states service level upgrade or a new transfer to reserve or whatever that may be, that is included within this percentage. Any staffing requests are not included. So I want to be very clear on that. Service upgrades are included, staffing is not. So any staffing in that slide at the end shows the percentage increase of which that would be. Those are not included currently. So I just want to be very clear on that. So we'll just start off with a quick breakdown of the departments as a whole. And there is some sub-departments within these that are broken out into slides. For instance, general government does include, executive office, council, finance, and so on. But this is just kind of the percentage of the levy that hits each department. So high level overview just kind of gives a conceptual idea of, where that would be split out to essentially. And then this will be a net of the next two slides. So our revenues and expenses. So that's kind of where that lies. Do we have any questions on that? No? Okay. Same here. And I've just broken it out by type of expenditure in our categories. So same setup, pretty straightforward, I think. Any questions? No? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Sorry, so everyone can see that. I apologize. Take a pause there. Yeah, sorry, go for it. That is correct, yes. No, sorry, through your worship. Utilities is completely independent. Yes. So the budget that was presented by Christy and Andrew last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess now, that would have completely separate. So there's no duplication there. Any of those costs would be a completely separate budget. Sorry, through your worship, it'll be broken out through each department. I know last year there was some questions on, if we could get a breakout of what that's composed of. We certainly can do that in a future meeting if council wishes, to give a better sense of, what type of contracted services. I know it's a big budget line item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Sorry.
No, go ahead, Nathan. I don't see any.
And then the same for revenue side of things. So like I said, this would just be a net of the two from the first slide. Pretty straightforward breakdown, I believe. Obviously, the tax levy is not included in this, right? That would take up the bulk of this. So any questions on this? Yeah.
Through your worship, Nathan, could you just give us an example and the people watching at home an example of what a payment in lieu revenue would be? What source that would be?
So through your worship, payment in lieu revenue is essentially from other government agencies, from my understanding. So any other government agencies, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm not overly well versed in this at this point in time, but other government agencies, their tax structure is set up a little bit different. So rather than hitting the tax base at the same level, they have separate rates or separate classes. Jessica, I don't know if you have any more experience with that than I do. I apologize.
Through your worship, unfortunately, my experience is primarily with a different province on this one, but I do know that it is typically tied somewhat closely to your tax rates, but slightly different because it's coming from property owned by a provincial or a federal government.
If I may help, the Quinte Detention Center would be an extremely good example of that.
Yeah, through your worship, like some other examples would be, on OPG, their Hydro One, any of their lines, any of the property that's on, that would qualify as partially payment in lieu. So I apologize, I don't have a ton of background. I know there's some questions floated around earlier this week about that, but I'm not as well versed in that, unfortunately. So I don't want to fabricate something.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Is there any further questions on that?
Seeing none, go ahead.
So just a quick summary statistics here. Our average residential property assessment was $238,000 in 2023. All I've done here is taken our municipal mill rate and applied that across the board. So that's where these values come from. That would not be your total taxes paid. That would be just your municipal portion, just to be clear here. Any questions on that? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councilor Brunel.
Through your worship, just a statement, like impacts to assessments behind when they get caught up, this is going to cause a whole different problem for us with how much we're going to be able to increase and what we're going to be doing with our mill rates and stuff to offset that, because obviously we can't go from 238 to 600,000, that sort of thing. Just throwing those numbers out there because we've had some unbelievable years in sales. So these numbers are going to increase drastically as soon as Impact decides that they're at the point where they want to be. So we're going to have some other issues come about. Thanks.
Nothing further? No. Okay. Yeah. So through your worship, this is just a breakdown of some of our comparators in the area. I know Christy did a good job with this with the utilities presentation. It seemed to be well received, so I wanted to give something similar. If you look at our residential tax rates, and all I've done here essentially is taken that $238,000 and applied that across local municipalities at their residential tax mill rate. So Greater Napanee is outlined in orange on the side, so that's urban and rural. We are the lowest at this point in time of those comparators. I know there's a multitude of factors that can play into that. You know, overall CVA could be different. Your makeup of commercial versus residential, different services. It is what it is. But at this point in time, we do sit the lowest amongst those comparators. Obviously, there is some in there that, you know, they may not be the best comparison, but those are, I believe, are relevant to our situation. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions on that if anybody has anything. No?
Nope, seeing none. Go ahead, Nathan.
And then for this slide here, I just took inflation over the last number of years and compared it to our budget increases. So I think these two slides kind of tie in well to each other, actually. It doesn't, in my opinion, it seems like it would be common practice for tax increases to lag behind the effects of inflation, essentially, because it's very difficult to predict. So say in 2020, if inflation was very high, 2021, that increase would come in likely because you're playing catch up all the time because you have no idea in trying to figure out what that could be. You know, there's a number of economic factors and people can, you know, make predictions on this, but it doesn't always mean that it'll be accurate. So I think the chart really shows that well, that the increases aren't necessarily off base. It's more, they just lag because of that. The reason I think this ties well to the previous chart is it shows we're low in the previous chart, but when you look towards inflation, our increases are matching closely to that. As I said, lagging. To me, that gives the sense that we're not lagging on our increases, we're lagging from where we started. So we're behind, we were playing catch up from years and years and years ago. And that's kind of what's left us in that situation of being the lowest. Obviously somebody has to be, but at the same time, I would say from the data I have in front of me, that is likely why. It's a magnitude of over a number of years rather than we didn't increase 1 year or we didn't increase a couple of years. It's just built up over time and it appears that way. So I just want to be clear on that, how those kind of tie into each other. Any questions there?
Seeing none, go ahead.
So I'll get into our first departmental summary at this point in time. So general government, as I said, this actually has a number of different functions to it, but I've broken it out a little bit. Essentially, general government in this slide relates to our grant revenue, any corporate wide small amounts of materials and supplies, some small amounts of contracted services, means like legal expenses, as well as we've included our enterprise leases that are ongoing currently. So there's no incremental new there. That is current leases that are continuing. That's why it's actually come down quite a bit in the contracted services category, because we haven't signed on any new leases on. And last year we actually didn't lease as many vehicles as we originally intended to. So that's why that's quite a bit down. And then the other category is strictly tax written off and bank charges. So happy to take any questions there if anybody has any.
Seeing none? Nope, go ahead, Nathan.
Okay. So, and then, like I said, another portion of general government council, some very, very minor increases for the most part. The significant one obviously is in that materials and supplies category. And as I've said, I've placed all of the committee requests that would hit operating within that portion. So there's one location to track it. So that's where basically all of the increase comes in. The small amount for wages and benefits is strictly just a standard increase year over year, essentially. So something council obviously has control over, but just so everyone's aware, there hasn't been anything said and done on that. So everything else is basically held as is for the most part. And then the next couple of slides, we'll get into those committee requests and council can speak to those. Any questions on that?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Martin, on the Heritage Committee, if you want to make any comments or elaborate on this. You're on the Heritage Committee, I apologize, right? Correct? Your Heritage Committee, correct? Waste diversion, okay.
Sorry, and waste diversion. We're talking about Heritage Committee now?
That's correct. Yes, Heritage Committee here. Yeah.
Okay, and the budget for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just high level, what
well-
you guys are looking to do, I guess.
I think as our heritage committee, I mean, we sat down and figured what we want to do as far as bringing back the plaquing, and we have a couple of projects that is going to be ongoing, and we thought we would keep our ask at a very low level, not ask for the world, and that's why we're at $4,000. That's pretty much bare bones what we were asking for. So that's why we're asking for 4,000 on that one.
Is there any questions of Bill from council? Seeing none, thanks, Bill.
And I believe arts and culture is Councillor Nori, is that correct?
I think it is, yeah, and he's not here this evening, so.
I
I'm
know
not sure if you
Annie-
can weigh in on that or if,
I can speak to what's on the slide here. I
who's
know
the, Annie's a staff member. Maybe Annie can help us out,
Annie,
so.
more than welcome to.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're just looking for a continuation of the Music by the River series, as well as a couple more recognition events, as well as the Culture Day events and potentially a symposium in 2024 for the Arts and Culture Committee.
Great, thanks, Annie. Is there any questions of Annie with respect to the arts and culture request? Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
So Nathan, like the Heritage Committee, like a lot of these committees are always been there, but now you've separated them and so you know exactly what they're doing. Are you decreasing your recreational budget where it always used to come out of? Because we always had, Music by the River. So it came out of what in the past? Came out of recreation, did it not? No.
I think Annie can
Okay.
probably, if
Sure.
we let Annie, I think she can comment on it.
Yes, through Your Worship to Councillor Shank, the Arts and Culture Committee has had a budget in the past, and it was basically just for Music by the River. So it's the same ask as in previous years. It had its own GL and everything as well.
Madam Clerk has a statement.
Through Your Worship, just some additional context on that. It has always been this GL line that this has come out of. In about, I only looked back as far as 2012, but in 2012, it was purely the Heritage Committee budget. As their activities ramped down, the arts and culture activities ramped up, and it's sort of phased out to where there's no heritage expenses coming out of there anymore, and it's all arts and culture. I believe there's been some discussion about having some tracking internally on these if multiple different committees are getting budgets approved rather than having it all in one account.
Through Your Worship, yeah, that would be the intent. So based on what we get for feedback here, we would set up a separate cost center for each of these committees, essentially based on the budget. So like I said, as of right now, easiest way to do it was put it all into one, take the requests after that and split it out essentially, rather than create a cost center that would go unused if there was no budget. So some of and to Councillor Shank's point, some of these, like Jessica said, did have budget line items, some of them did not. And we didn't have committees of council for a couple of years as well, if I'm not mistaken, at least to this level. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Although there's a ton of questions I can ask all the way along, but this is just the first draft. The point is that what my concern is if recreation budget stays here, then you're adding all these other committees and it stays here because it's kept separated there. So did you decrease the GIL items out of the recreation and moved it? Did you decrease this and put it over here, or is this still staying high here? All right, and you're moving this as an additional. You know what I mean? Is it like, are you double dipping? But
Through Your Worship, no, that is not the intent. They're separate items, but they're not pulling out of one to another. These are adds essentially, additional on top. I don't know if we need any further on the Arts and Culture Committee. Can kick it over to Councillor Pennell on the Aquatics Committee if he wants to comment here.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thanks, Nathan. So the Aquatics Committee, what we're doing is we're asking for a one-time allotment of $75,000, which was actually has a resolution back from 2022. that was never followed through with. One of the greatest things that I think has happened to council this year is we have a resolution tracker so we can keep a track of these things. So the $75,000 is a one-time ask so that we can get some storyboards put together, some conceptual drawings, and start to become more shovel-ready, if you will. It's very hard to apply for grants. It's very hard to be successful on the grants when we don't even know what we're actually looking for. So that's, again, it was one time that was already given to us in 2022, but never delivered upon. So that's what we're asking for on that.
Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Is there any questions of Councilor Pennell in the aquatics request? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
So the point is I'm just trying to keep my heart rate down here. Well, at 14% tax increase, it's, you know, that there's no possible way that you're going to tax everybody right out of their own home. There's no possible way. So the point is what are you asking us to do? Are you asking us to start cutting now, or giving you feedback saying yes, no, maybe, where there's efficiency, where there isn't? Or are we just, should we just listen to everything first and then go? How would you like us to respond?
Well, what I think probably, since we're going slide by slide, is if, and we can use the aquatics committee just because that's where we're at. I think staff would be looking to get some feedback from council as to, do we want to put $75,000 worth into the aquatics committee at this point? We can always come back and revisit it once we go through each slide, but I think, and I'm going to go on a limb here and guess, is that staff is looking to see where our thoughts are with respect to a lot of these things. And if we can talk about them now, doesn't mean we're going to make a decision on it right now, but we can talk about them and say, listen, now maybe we just don't have the money to put 75 in, maybe we can put 40 in or something. But we definitely can come back to it once we start whittling down that 14%. Does that help? Is that helpful? Or
If you, all I'm saying is that 14%, there's no way that's, you know what I mean? I know there's a lot of things, but there's no physically possible way when you have an elderly population on the most part in Greater Napanee. All right. There is no way that can handle a 14% and then another $200 for garbage on top of that. So the point is either you want to start cutting now or cutting later, but there's no way we can afford, you know, even thinking of a pool right now, because you're hard enough keeping your head above water. You know what I mean? Having music by the river, like, is there any way you can take that out of recreation somewhere? So, I mean, there's going to be cut and slashing and burning here, because there's no way I'm going to agree to a 14%. You know, staff hiring or anything like this, that's, you know, everything has to, we have to prioritize what we need, what are our fixed costs are. You know, what is it when you see salaries here? All right. Now the salaries, is that including OMERs that are in here? So that's including everything also. But there's fixed costs, your OPP. What are those costs? What do we actually have to play with? That's what I'd like to know, is that, you know, OPP costing, there's other costing that we have, like fixed costs for your hydro and everything else, and your fuel and materials, and you know what I mean, your depreciation on certain things. But what do we have to work with? That's what, you know what I mean? Like Christy Kelly went ahead and gave us an awesome presentation. Shut me up anytime you want. You know
what I was going to suggest, Mike, is that obviously we know where you're going with this, and I think we're all going to go in that direction. So why don't we go through the presentation, and we're going to get to the end of it, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions as to, and just for argument's sake, say we're going to have to cut $400,000 out of this budget in order to get to a place that we are all comfortable with. We can come back through the slides if you want and do a running total to see where everybody's mind is with respect to how we're going to do that. Would that make it easier to? I think we're all going to head in the same direction here, just how we're going to get there, right? So why don't we continue on through? I think it's important that we hear where everybody sits with respect to some of these numbers, but I think we're going to have to come back through it again and see where we can find some efficiencies. And that's just my gut feeling on it. Go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Just my last bit to say on the Aquatics Committee, I guess, before we move forward. Resolution 22521 was made back in 2021, and the $75,000 was to be funded in 2022. We're at the end of 2023, and we're speaking of a 2024 budget. The council at the time thought that it was a great idea to go through with this, so if we slash it again this year, it's clearly pointing out that there's no desire for this council to have an aquatics facility. So I just want to be careful on this, is that I've been part of somewhat of an aquatics committee somehow, whether it be a pool task force or whatever, for the last 12 years. And we keep struggling with this. And the council at one time thought it was a good idea. The last council did. And you can see how long it's taken to get this money. So this is an ask to be able to move just one step farther on there. And if you have to give me a discounted, then we can talk about that. But I think that we should really strongly look hard at this aquatics committee's ask. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Brunel. But so let's continue on. I'd like to hear some comments as we go slide by slide, but I fully expect that when we get to the end of Nathan's presentation, that we're going to come back through here and we're going to have to try and find some efficiencies. That's just my gut feeling on this, but we started early. We got lots of time tonight, so why don't we continue on and see where this takes us?
Sounds good. Just through your worship to Councillor Shank points too. Yeah. If you can give clear direction, that's fantastic. There's specific items that is fantastic. If not, we're going to have to find ways. I don't think anybody on staff expects a 13.95% increase either. But I think we would be doing a disservice if we didn't bring everything forward to you as well. So that's kind of the intent there. Am I good to move to the next slide though? Is everyone good with that?
I think we're on to the Downtown Advisory Committee.
So kick it over to Councillor Hicks.
Councillor Hicks, go ahead, Ange.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I've written a couple of things out, just so I don't neglect to address any points. Our downtown merchants have persevered through the big dig and the pandemic. Most of them, not all, but most of them are still standing. Through the pandemic and other events, we saw the dissolution of the BIA, which left the downtown without marketing and communication focus and funding, because there is now no levy coming in from the building owners. So we've tried to make 2023 the year to rebuild a solid foundation for marketing and communications and event support to foster good relations with the downtown merchants and raise the visibility of downtown as a great place to visit and to shop. Now, we've got the condo development coming in. There's going to be some retail space there. The vision for downtown is that the people living there, the people that come to visit those people from out of town, we need to really build the brand and the experience. So this year, through the hiring of a part-time marketing and communications person, we've seen the renewed focus on the downtown Napanee brand, and she's used her skills in graphic design and photography to really increase our social media presence, not just for the downtown as a whole, but for individual merchants through promotions and that sort of thing, which we've had really good feedback on. There's one last event of the year, the late night shopping party on December 15th. Everyone's excited about it, and the marketing and promotion that we're putting behind it is really good. It's different and it's fresh and it's good. So the ask for the budget for the operating is $30,000. And that is going to go towards the beautification, which is part of, and Annie, if you want to jump in here anywhere. So that used to be funded by the BIA. So without allocating funding to that, you will have no beautiful flowers, you will have no planters, you will have nothing to dress up and look welcoming and inviting. So that's included in the 30,000 as, sorry. Is it 25 or 30? Sorry, I think I got my numbers wrong.
Can I, sorry, through your worship. Just to be clear, beautification is budgeted through the town side now. So that is actually not included in that $25,000. So that is actually covered off through Annie's department, Community and Economic Development. My understanding for this was it would be $15,000 for 3 events, $5,000 a piece essentially. And then, sorry, do I have that flipped? $10,000 for the event story and $15,000 for the fixed contract, which from my understanding would not be an employee, but outsourced. Is that what my interpretation is correct?
I see Annie's nodding her head.
Do you want to speak? to it?
Go ahead.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Annie.
Through your worship, yes. So there would be 10,000 for the 3 events. In the past, it's been the downtown shopping party, potentially a guitars and cars event, and then a spring event, as well as a marketing contract that would not be an employee, but a outsourced contract, from my understanding from the committee.
So, and that has to include all of the advertising and marketing costs associated to that role. So that ask, and I apologize for the confusion on the flowers, that ask is to build the downtown. And there's a lot of overlap with the advisory committee with events. So arts and culture, it brings people to the downtown because they have to go through the downtown to get from the Market Square to the park. The Market Square Committee, again, this, whatever we're doing here, the facades downtown and the look for downtown has to reflect this as per the mandate letters that were sent out to all of the committees. And we can't really do anything to draw people in here if we don't have the support of council for the funding. So that's my pitch.
Thanks, Ange. Is there any questions of Ange with respect to her presentation? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, so all of this is just strictly downtown. There's nothing for the businesses in the uptown as far as any kind of decorations or anything like that going up there. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship, it is the Downtown Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
That's the mandate, is the focus, the core area. So the geographical area that was originally outlined by the business improvement area, which of course is now defunct, but the geographical outline is what we're dealing with.
And I think Councillor Shank had a comment.
So whoever's responsible for the downtown, what are our mandated items that we do for the downtown? That's what I'd like to know. What do we're going to provide the flowers that you just said. All right. So what else do we do? And whose responsibility is it?
Through your worship. So Annie generally manages that, is my understanding. As of right now, and we'll get into this later as well, but the 2 operating budget items that currently sit with the downtown area, I think it does expand a little bit from there. But that would be banners. So the banners we can see out here, the Remembrance Day ones that are up currently, and I think it switches seasonally to some degree. And then the flowers, for beautification. And then those are the 2 main pieces. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything, Andy, you can add. But those are the 2 that I'm aware of.
Yep, go ahead, Mike.
So Annie, the point is that the garbage they needed some more garbage cans from what I understand.
Sorry, through your worship, that'll be listed as capital item.
That'll
I
be us.
apologize.
So we look after the garbage. Was recreation, roads? Who picks up the garbage out of those cans? Public Works. All right. So so we do the flowers, the light posts, the banners. Who plows the sidewalks off the downtown?
Public Works.
Public Works also. So now, last year I was in favor of, because the BIA said no more, so no source of revenue down there. We had discussed it amongst council that, well, yeah, we'll help you out for the first year, but it's unfair for everybody else. If you want to have a whole bunch of other stuff down there, they voted not to have a BIA. So then we're going to fund them also beyond certain core items. You know what I mean? There's certain things I believe in, helping out. You know what I mean? You want to keep it attractive down there. You know what I mean? There's certain things down here, but a certain wish list that you want, well, they voted not to have the down. Now, maybe at least the landlords voted not to have it. All right. Maybe not the business people, but the point is did they get a reduction in the rent? I don't know, but they're the ones that voted for it. So why should other businesses that are not in the downtown now take their taxes to do what they said no, they didn't want to begin with? So we have to, there's a fine line there that we have to be very careful of what we're going to contribute and what we're not going to contribute. Because they voted not to have the BIA, not to have that, to promote the downtown. So I believe what the municipality or what municipalities do to help the downtown, fine. Certain things, yes, I don't mind, you know what I mean? I can explain to the taxpayers, yes, I understand they're having an event, they're doing this, you want to keep it neat and tidy, certain things, yes, but the total wish list is just not going to be there unless they want to raise it themselves or if they want to have their own BIA. That's the way I feel.
Nope, thanks, Councillor Shank. Was there any other comments? Did Councillor Hicks or, sorry, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's getting a little confusing about as far as duplication goes, because I've heard different, Councillor Hicks, you mentioned marketing, and are we still having the Quinny Marketing Board? Because I know the Quinny Marketing Board markets all of Greater Napanee, but so do we have extra marketing for the downtown out of this budget?
Yes.
Out of this 25,000?
Through you, your worship. So the Bay of Quinny Marketing Board, the municipality of Greater Napanee is a partner, or that is what they are asking us to do. We are a partner. So the apple orchards and the wineries down on 33 Highway are promoted. There's artisan experiences that are promoted, like in the northern part of the municipality. They do touch on the downtown. They have touched on different suppliers there. They highlighted a bed and breakfast on East Street. So, but they're looking at the whole thing. So the way I look at this is there's an eclipse coming in 2024, and there will be people from all over the world coming to this area because it is a prime location. We need to be a part of that because they're not just going to come for one day, they're going to come for a week. So marketing this town, come to beautiful downtown Napanee, take a drive on 33 Highway while you're in the area. There's I think it's the U15 soccer championships. There's a whole tournament. There's people staying in Napanee. We could be utilizing our soccer pitches. We could be marketing, and that's what the Bay of Quinny will do. They will put that focus in there as a whole for Greater Napanee. If you have a dead downtown, you have a dead town eventually. That's about all I can say. If you start losing your vendors and your merchants and those buildings are not filled up again, your town is dying. And it doesn't matter how much industry you have. If people are going elsewhere to shop, to visit, to eat, to have fun, have a date night, take their kids wherever, it's not good for the town as a whole. So.
Okay,
That's the difference between what Bay of Quinny does and the downtown. The downtown's focus, the downtown advisory, eventually it needs to come to the CIP for the downtown area. We need to get there. This year, it's been about just the most basic things.
And I think the conversation is a good conversation, but I think we're getting outside the realms of where we wanted to go with respect to the downtown advisory budget, because I don't think any of the downtown advisory budget is related to whether or not we continue on with our relationship with Bay of Quinny Marketing. I'm assuming that conversation is going to come at a later date, but the transition of that conversation was very good into where we're going. So go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I understand totally what the Quinny Marketing Board is doing. And I agree with you 100% everything you said. I'm just trying to make sure we're not duplicating different things. I want to know exactly what comes out of the 25,000 as opposed to, like I've heard two different entities are going to pay for the beautification of downtown. Is that what I heard?
Through your worship, the town will be paying for the beautification, and that should remain the same as last year. When this came up last year, the conversation was regardless of what happens with the BIA, the downtown merchants, all of that, beautification is something that the town would like to continue to do downtown. And there is other portions of the municipality that get it as well. That is why we moved it into Annie's budget or into the community economic development, because we feel, or council felt at the time, I should say, that that was important regardless of what was going on there. And the same thing with the banners, they kind of go hand in hand to a degree.
Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Nathan. And like I said before, I agree with everything Councilor Hicks is saying. The downtown, we definitely need to have life down there. We need to have life here in the Market Square. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't duplicating money in the budget. That's all, because like I said, I heard two different things. You mentioned we wouldn't have any beautification downtown originally when you were talking. And then, so that's not even part of this. So
No, the beautification is completely out of the 25,000. That is a separate line item in
Okay.
Annie's budget through community and economic development.
yeah, okay, I just wanted to clarify.
That was my error.
That's all I
and
wanted to do.
apologize. There's been a lot of meetings and a lot of
Discussions. Yes. Okay. Is there any further comments with respect to the downtown advisory request? No? We can move on to the Market Square then, I believe, and that would be Councilor Pennell.
Your worship, there was another downtown advisory on there for the $60,000 ask.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, sorry. I think, did we not cover that or no? Okay, well, let's go back. Let's finish off with the downtown advisory, the 60,000
okay.
You're more than welcome
Nathan-
to speak.
one-time
Yeah.
request.
Nathan,
Through your worship, you can speak to it, but it is a capital item. I just included everything.
it is a capital item. So I would like, if possible, to leave that. That's garbage cans. So the ones we have are gonna rust right off their legs and be laying on the ground, et cetera. So that's.
Through
that's
your
part of that.
worship, just to be clear, garbage cans are also a town responsibility. This is for the lights, the Christmas lights. There is no garbage cans included in here. This is the Christmas lights.
Okay, so this is something completely separate, which we should have a
Okay.
conversation about.
I know
So
there has been a number of conversations go back and forth, so that intent is Christmas lights. Garbage cans will come from, once again, Annie's department, as that's a town responsibility. Sorry.
go ahead, Councilor
Ex-
Shank.
Capital,
Correct.
So we're at 14, it's 14% on operations. We haven't even touched the capital increases yet. So it's $85,000 that they want for the downtown for the downtown shopping party, the guitar and cars and under spring events. And then they want to have Christmas lights to hang from the light posts for the downtown core. Now, did we not take a whole bunch of lights down?
they're up somewhere else.
They're up
Yep,
somewhere else.
And
Now we're
they're,
gonna spend
I
another
think they're
60
reusing them, I think, Mike.
Yeah, but we're gonna spend another $60,000 on lights. Yeah, see, as far as I'm concerned, like, you know what I mean? All I'm saying is we have to. I don't know what you want to do, but all I'm saying is 14% gonna do it. So I just go on priorities. You have to use the lights that you currently have, that you currently have purchased or something like this, because yes, I want to make the downtown good too. But guys, this is 14% on just on operations, not on capital also. And commercial pays what, 1 point or 2 points above the residential flat rate. So you know what the increase would be on commercial now? And you want to hit somebody. They're going to say, throw your damn lights away, because you know what my tax increase would be. It'd be unbelievable for commercial. So I'm just.
I sense we'll be coming back to it anyway. So go ahead, Councilor Shank, or Councilor Hicks.
Through your worship, I would like to leave this for the capital discussion, because we could spend all night debating and philosophizing on this. I know that Annie and Chris, I think, and Public Works, I'm not sure if your crew is involved too. They've taken the lights. I think they've done a great job. I haven't seen them lit up, but I know you guys did a walkthrough. We are utilizing the lights this year. We are trying this year on a very, very limited. So I am trying to round up volunteers. If anyone's interested in putting together 19 baskets to hang off the lampposts, we'll be here at 8:30 on Saturday morning. Bring your own snippers. Like this is what we're doing, folks. We're not spending willy-nilly. We are doing our level best to get something together that's going to give some zip to the town this holiday season. So they're going to utilize what lights they have that they didn't use in the park, and we're going to make the best of it.
Deputy Mayor Cower.
Are any of the downtown businesses gonna decorate their stone storefronts and stuff? Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Gonna light them up as
Yes,
well.
they're gonna do, I know that some of the stores have already ordered their lights. Yes,
Gonna
they're-
look absolutely beautiful then, isn't it?
they're doing their best, but we went from Vegas to nothing, which is basically what the conversations have been about. So we're trying to do what we can to inject some life and color.
Okay, if there's nothing further, and like I say, we're gonna come back, but go ahead, Counselor Shank.
BIA used to look after all this, did it not, Annie? Yes. Now they voted not to have the BIA, right? Yeah, all I'm saying is that's the BIA, so therefore they made the decision. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Like I say, I think we're gonna be probably coming back through a lot of this stuff because we are gonna have to sharpen our pencils here. So moving on, we'll move on to the Market Square, and I believe that's Counselor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Just a quick comment on downtown. We went from Vegas, but now is an opportunity to turn downtown into a hallmark. Right, so from Vegas to Hallmark, this is gonna be fantastic with all the stores looking after themselves. Okay, downtown, or sorry, Market Square. Our budget request is for $300,000. It's a one-time ask, and that's to be funded through land sales. And that money is to be spent on this building, and it's to finish the landscaping out the front area, some trip hazards and stuff like that. Exterior painting, if anyone's had a chance to look at the corner over here, got a south west corner. We've had a couple patches of different colors done of painting the brick. It looks really nice. And also some front step repairs going on. Also, we need to do just a little bit of an interior retrofit. We need to do a little bit of painting. But the main thing is to put in a general neutral bathroom on the floor so that we can start to use that space as a flex space for all the different committees and even markets and things like this. So it's not really to come out of the budget, but it would come out of a land sales. And if Brant has anything that he'd like to add to that, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, this request is going to be captured in the capital budget, I think. So is there any questions or comments for Councillor Pennell with respect to the Market Square? Seeing none. Up next is the Recreation Committee, and I think that's Deputy Mayor Cower.
Okay, the rec committee's got, actually, there's 3 different asks here, and the first one it's been brought up a $2,000 annually budget, and those funds are used for doing sponsorships and supports and awards to local agencies and groups, just to give a little something for them to help them along. It would also allow for a support of a one-off request that meets the objective of the committee. You know, for instance, Ange mentioned the soccer possibly coming to town or whatever. So that would give a little bit of money to be able to, do sponsorship, that sort of thing for that. You want me to continue on with the other 2 requests?
Yep, yeah, continue on. When you get done, Brian, if there's any
So-
questions, we'll ask.
The next request is a one-time request for $26,725, and it's to purchase and install the addition of sunshades at Rotary Park and Splash Pad. And this request could be captured in the capital budget as well. Splash Pad's beautiful out over there. It's great. We do have some extremely hot sunny days, and there is virtually no shade over there. I realize, yes, it's a splash pad. We've got water. Kids are having fun in that, but for the parents that are there, it would be nice to have some little bit of shade of some sort. So that's where the 26,725 comes in, is to put some shade up there. The third request is 21,150, and this is again as a one-time. We've got a pile of aging play structures at pretty well all of our parks, and every new area that gets built up, there's a new park put in, and there's never been money set aside type thing to maintain these parks and playgrounds. And we've got a playground at South Fred that we had to condemn this year because it's absolutely not safe for children to use. If they were to be using it and the slide and so on and so forth, there's a potential there for some serious injury. So the request is $21,150 to replace the existing play structure down there and install what they call a neutralized play structure at South Fred that's adaptable for everybody to play on, and sort of thing, and it gives the kids something to play on. I mean, playgrounds, you can spend $100,000, $200,000, whatever you want to spend on a playground, but we're taking out a well-used play structure that's used weekly. When I drive by there all summer long, and I'm sure it's being used through the week, and we need to put something in back there. So if I had to prioritize, I think the playground would be my number one, and the sunshade would be number two, but with any luck somewhere, maybe we can find it, but we do have to do some trimming. So that's all I got for you.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Is there any questions or comments with respect to the Recreation Committee request? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with the Deputy Mayor with the budget request out on South Fred for sure. Playground equipment out there, I think it's roped off right now, is it not? And
Yes, it is.
and so we have to do something with that out there. But the other 26,725 for shade, I just can't see that, because like Councillor Shank said, we're looking at 14% increase, and that's something like this. I just can't see it being left in a budget. Sorry, that's just South Fred, yes. Recreation Committee budget for the 26,000, no, for me.
Yeah, that's why I prioritize them, because you're at a splash pad, so I mean, at least you're able to stay cool, but we need to put something back for the kids there. Thank you.
No, thanks. And I think that's kind of the information we're looking for, the direction we're heading in. So is there any other further comments? Seeing none, I think we'll go on to the next slide, Nathan, which be back to you with respect to community grants.
Through your worship. So just a high level overview of what we've seen in the past couple of years. To Deputy Mayor Calver's request there for the Recreation Committee, the clerk and I have spoken on this a little bit. There is a $5,000 budget amount in the council budget. It's kind of just that little bit of overflow for when requests do come in, and historically that's kind of been held for one-off individuals who are going to like national championships or international championships or teams, as we do have a policy on that. So I know we have discussed that maybe that's something that would get split out to the rec committee and remove some of that duplication that we're talking about. So that's certainly something that could be presented there, just while that topic is still fresh. Just to work through it. So 12,500 to the community foundation, and that's been historically what we've given. 1,500 to the Parkway Association, 5,000 for special grant requests, as I just mentioned. And then last year we did 37,000 to SOS. They did get back to us last minute and say that give us the amount they were looking for this year. Essentially, that is not included in budget. Just to be clear, that is not included currently. And it does note that that could be directly financial or in kind. So something we could look to, but that amount is not included currently in this overall operating levy. Okay. Any questions?
Is there any questions? I can comment, I think probably, and I know that Councillor Norrie's not here, but I could probably comment with respect to the Seniors Outreach Center, which is, I know that with them receiving that grant, it's dependent on them receiving some form of grant in order to get the rest of the grant, which is, I think it's 20 or 25% they need to get from our community in order to get the other 75 or 80%. So I know with some very early on discussions is that they weren't adverse to accepting some in kind, which and and I know that, so that opportunity is there. We just haven't had an opportunity to sort that out. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that our grant money is they're dependent on our grant money in order to get the money from the province, and in order to provide the same service that they provide for us. We couldn't do it for the amount of money that they're asking for. So I just want, and I know we've seen that and heard that. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So is there anything else go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver?
Yeah, the Loyalist Parkway Association, that's still going, is it?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Councillor Shank can probably speak that up if you need to.
So there's an agreement between Loyalist, Prince Edward County and County of Greater Napanee. And what they do is now they're putting it's promoting the Loyalist Parkway for tourism. And they're actually, the money that they get in this year, they are putting in, I think, or next year, they're putting in tire repair for bicycles, air station. All right. And then they're going to be putting one in the Prince Edward County. John McCormick is the chair of that. All right. Which he's the lead of. It's a small amount. And for what they're getting back, whatever they get, they put back into the Loyalist Parkway. And they all three, the municipalities, Prince Edward County, Greater Napanee, and Loyalist, they all share, what they can do in their area. And they allot it, and they're very, very fair amongst themselves. And it's $1,500.
No, that's great. I wasn't sure if they were still functioning or not. You mentioned the tire blowout stations are going to put in for bicycles right in front of the old school. This year I've picked up 3 people on bikes, took them to Canadian Tire in Picton.
From what I understand, they're going to put it at St. Albans Hall in Bellstown.
Yeah, I think Madam Clerk would like to make a comment as well.
Through your worship, sorry, I just did want to add, for the record, Quinte West is also a member. And the 4 municipalities pay on a per kilometer prorated rate for however many kilometers of the Loyalist Parkway they have within their boundaries. And we do have a written agreement on that. So if that was ever to change, we would need to look at revisiting that agreement.
No, that's fine. I hadn't seen any reports or anything from it, but that's great.
Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
So senior outreach services is something we have to do. All right. I totally agree with what the mayor stated. So staff's going to come back, or Grant or whoever looks after that. They're going to come back with what's in kind, what we've done in the past, what percentage, what buildings or what are they using, or what we can do in kind rather than straight cash. Because cash this year is going to be tight.
Yes, and I think we do have to have some further conversations. There has been many conversations, and like I say, I haven't spoken to Councillor Norrie recently on it, but we haven't had any conversations lately. But there will be some conversations with respect to the in-kind. You're absolutely right. Thanks, Mike. Councillor Hicks.
For you, and this question is for you, Mr. Mayor, because Mr. Norrie is not here. If we were not, and I'm just theorizing here, if we were not to give the $38,850 as grant, if we just said no, they don't get their funding. And then are we not, as a municipality, then responsible to provide all of the programming costs?
I believe that we are, especially since the organization has really, and I don't mean to say it this way, but they've filled a void for us for a long period of time. And if we take that, if we create a big void, and it's going to be cumbersome or difficult for us to try and to fill that void. So
the ideal situation is to come to an agreement with in-kind and actual cash funding. Okay.
A combination thereof. And that's I think what we're working towards. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Is there anything else? And if not, is the LNA Community Foundation, I believe they're going to do a presentation for us in January as well. So.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry, through your worship. That's mentioned there at the bottom there. January 9th, it should be coming to council. I think that just got adjusted. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Just one more comment there too. My understanding with SOS is it doesn't technically just have to be Greater Napanee. I know they have come to us in the past, but it can be any municipality as well, is my understanding, not just us. Is that correct, Jessica?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. Yeah, in order to be eligible for their provincial funding, there is a certain percentage threshold of some kind of support. And there was more information, I believe, on a report on this back in the fall. And as noted, obviously this is something that will have more discussions going forward.
And just so everyone knows, there had been some preliminary discussions with some neighboring municipalities. There just didn't seem to be an appetite. Not to say that we couldn't have further conversations, but the conversations we had earlier in 2023, there just didn't seem to be an appetite for some of our neighbors to be involved in it. So just so it's out there. So. Is there anything else with respect to community grants? Seeing none, physician recruitment. Sorry, Mr. Zatterberg, go ahead.
Through you, your worship, physician recruitment, as council's aware, in the past, we've had a program where we would supply forgivable loans to physicians to come to our community. That reserve that we're using has been depleted. It'll be zero in 2024. What we're asking council to do is to approve of a new physician recruitment process that we're hoping to replace the existing system with a newer and more modernized system, but it will require a significant commitment from council and from the budget to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Satterberg. Is there any questions or comments? I think I just want to reiterate that we did announce on Tuesday that we were able to acquire a new physician for our community, and I think that that good news may have gotten missed with a lot of the other information that we had on Tuesday. So I just want to reiterate that we are working hard towards this. And hopefully in the not too distant future, we're going to come up with some form of a system that is going to ensure that our community is well looked after with respect to the healthcare. Go ahead, Mr. Zatterberg.
Well, and I'll add one more thing. The goal of the new system is to reduce right now we're looking at just over 5,000 residents without a doctor. And the goal is to reduce that to zero as quickly as possible.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Brant, the contribution to reserves of 355,000, is that a one-time or is that going to be yearly ask?
That's an annual ask at this point.
Thank you.
Is there anything else with respect to physician recruitment?
The new funding formula, Brant, is this the figure that we're looking at, or substantially higher than this figure?
At this point, we could be looking at a lower number. Once we've completed the process that we're going through.
Thank you very much. I know I chew at a lot of things, but I prioritize what is needed. When you have almost 50% of your population that was without a doctor, it's very hard for them, the municipality, to grow. So number one is, as I feel, my personal feeling is that we have to get a doctor so every individual has, the health care. I know it's a provincial responsibility, but we have to grab the ball here.
And I agree, Councillor Shank. It makes our community far more attractive if people that know that they have access to healthcare in our communities. So we're working very hard at it, and hopefully we can make something happen. So, is there anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to finance, and I'm guessing that would be you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a whole lot to add on this. You'll see a significant reduction in wages and benefits this year. As mentioned, that is related to an employee liability essentially coming off the books at this point in time. So it's not a reduction in staff level. And I think most people are aware at this point, we have hired a new treasurer. So that is included in that number as well. So that there will not be an additional amount added to that. That is full pop essentially at this point in time. Just want to be clear on that. Happy to take any questions though.
Is there any questions for Nick? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
How many bodies do we have in the finance department?
Through your worship, six total.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
See this in a lot of areas, contracted services. Your finance department, is that your,
Through your worship, that is essentially all audit services. There's a couple small other pieces in there, but pretty much all of our annual financial audit.
Mike?
in the future, because I like my paper copy and still this, when under contracted services, if you could just give it, you know what I mean? Like, this is what it is. It's like, so we're with, not Welch, it's
KPMG.
KPMG. All right. So KPMG, just so, you know what I mean? It gives us a ballpark idea what the contracted services are. So what it relates to, you know what I mean? Because what can we save? What can't we save? What are fixed costs? What aren't fixed costs? These are a fixed contract or what it's going to be. So, you know, there's certain things we can play with, certain things we can't even, you know, that we can't do.
Through your worship, I know that was an ask last year too. So we'll bring a breakdown back to the next budget presentation to kind of give a rundown of what items for contracted services lie in each kind of category. That'll hopefully clarify for council a little bit. Any further questions on that though?
Oh, I think Councillor Hicks had a quick one.
I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. Nathan, the 6 staff members, that includes the recently hired treasurer for 2024, starting in 2024,
Through your worship, that is correct. Yes,
and the payroll clerk.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Kylie, I'm going the wrong way here. Yeah. Thank you.
Executive office.
I'll speak to that again. So this is essentially the office of the CAO. This includes CAO's wages for a full year. At current time, that is unlikely that will be the case. And it also includes one other staff member full-time wages, and then some miscellaneous materials and supplies. So you're looking at conferences, cell phones, that type of expenses, pretty much staff wages on its own. I know we've talked quite a bit about where we can find savings, and Councillor Shank has asked essentially, you know, what can we control? In my opinion, salaries are one thing we have full ability to control. The position is currently vacant, fully vacant for a year. You're looking at 2% on your taxes, basically standalone. So just throwing that out there at this point in time, it's a considerable cost savings. Does anybody have any further questions on that though?
Seeing none.
I'll click it over, sorry, through your worship, I'll kick things over to Madam Clerk to speak to her budget here.
So through your worship, as on the slide, this slide does include the clerk's office, bylaw staff, parking, dog control, and crossing guards. The main things under contracted services is our dog control contract, our pound keeper contract, as well as some minor contracts such as our document shredding. We did initially have a proposal in here to put in for a ward boundary review in 2024. That is something that was discussed during the last election. However, pricing estimates came in at $50,000. And so the alternate recommendation on that is to start now putting in $10,000 a year in our election reserve so that we can be in a better position to do this after the next election. Just to speak a little bit more about ward boundary reviews, they are recommended. There's no statutory requirement as to when to do them. There are a lot of municipalities either in the last election, in the next election, who are looking at doing them as their first big effort after amalgamation in the late 90s. A lot of places, Napanee is not the only one who hasn't changed our boundaries recently, but we do think it is a good thing to do. We also think we can probably put this off for 4 more years. We're not quite yet at that 25% variance between your wards, which is the best practice as to when to switch things up. But if there's any other questions, happy to take those.
Is there any questions for Madam Clerk? Seeing none, Jess, the only question I have is, and I think I got the answer to it, is that we do contract out parking or bylaw. We have a contract with bylaw service.
Sorry, through your worship, no, we do not. We did have one for 2021 and 2022. We canceled it in 2023 as a cost saving measure. So we just have the one officer doing bylaw enforcement. We have contracted out our dog control. And we do have 24/7 response to any urgent dog bite injury cases as a result of that contract.
Great. No, that's kind of what I was looking for. Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments from with respect to the clerk's office? Seeing none. Coincidentally, bylaw staffing.
Through through your worship, I believe the important points are all on this slide here, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jess. Go ahead, Deputy McGower.
So could we possibly find out what it would cost to hire more, I guess maybe the Frontenac's bylaw enforcement that we had before, what it would cost to have another one of them here?
Yeah, so through your worship, our previous contract cost on that was $60,000 a year for 28 hours a week of enforcement, and that was all in cost. They provided their own vehicles and training and everything. So really, it's going to scale based on the hours of coverage you want. If you want more coverage, probably more money. Less coverage, less money, but that's what we were looking at in previous years.
Go ahead, Deputy McGower.
Yeah, we can revisit that another time. I'd like to look in and getting some a little bit more bylaw enforcement, especially in the evening sort of thing as well, when people are actually home to answer their door and so on and so forth.
Yep, thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. I'm going to agree with you. Just and for if no other reason that we're looking at the short-term accommodation tax as well, which is going to require some staff attention. I'm guessing, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so through your worship, I guess that is one thing that's on this slide. So if we wanted to, and I realize this is preliminary because we've promised you a report on short-term accommodations and mat tax in March. So this is early, but if we wanted to be able to hit the ground running on that in January 1, 2025, we do think we might need a little bit of groundwork laid in 2024. So that's why the software cost jumps there. The proposal would be for part of 2024 to start. If we were going to use the software to start getting it set up and ready to go and then have the full licensing in future years. But I do realize that that is a little bit of a premature discussion right now.
Yep, thanks, Jess. Is there anything further before we move on to the next slide? Seeing none, moving on to human resources. And I see Holly coming up. Thanks, Holly.
Yeah, should be.
Through your worship. Hi, everybody. So as you can see on our human resources slide here, you can see that we're accounting for wages and benefits, materials and supplies, and our transfer to reserve. Our transfer to reserve is a legality that we are required to do every year. So we have to put that $5,000 in. And in our wages and benefits, although currently we are a department of one, part of that wages and benefits comes out of the CAO or the deputy CAO's wage comes out of the human resources budget. So it's myself and part of that contract as well.
Thanks, Holly. Is there any questions for Holly with respect to the human resources slide? Seeing none, Human Resources Staffing, and I believe you're up again, Holly.
Yes, through your worship, this is my ask here today in the budget. So early in 2023, the HR department had a complement of 3 individuals. We had a director, an advisor, and a coordinator. As a result of attrition and organizational change, we've now, we're down to 1 person in the HR department. So my ask is that we bring that complement back up to 2 people in the 2024 budget. I'd be looking to hire a coordinator level employee, which I think would make a massive difference overall in both my department and for the town. Right now, as a department of 1, you can only do so much, but a department of 2, you'll see a massive increase in the output of what we would be able to do, specifically in terms of people policy, onboarding, and training across the town as a whole.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Is there any questions for Holly with respect to this at this point? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
I'd just like to know the format, because you're dealing with staffing and identifiable people. Are we going to have an enclosed? Because in dealing with staff, I agree with Holly that she needs help. All right. So as much as I say we have to keep her down, there's certain things that we have to prioritize of what is needed and what isn't needed and what can we do and what are the benefits for that extra person in your department. So we have to go by departments also. All right. So all I'm saying is since you're dealing with identifiable issues or people, is that, Jessica, are we going to have another meeting that's going to be in closed session? Because you're discussing salaries and a possible combination of the assistants that's helping here that might have multiple roles, or I don't know.
I think Madam Clerk, and I can weigh in, but we'll let Madam Clerk go first.
So through your worship, in order to have a closed session discussion about it, you need to be talking about specific people, either candidates or current staff. If you're just talking about position ranges, organizational chart, grids, that all has to be per ombudsman rulings. That needs to be done in open. But if we're going to talk about specific people's duties changing, that is appropriate to talk about in closed session. There's not currently a meeting scheduled for that, but I will add it to the list of things to have follow-up conversations about.
And I think we can probably have discussions, as Madam Clerk said, with respect to organizational changes without having any specifics. But we will leave it in the hands of Madam Clerk, and I'm sure she will guide us correctly.
Through your worship, just to clarify that the ask here today would be for a new staff member, so an additional staff to add to the apartment, not doing an organizational change at this time.
Yep, and I think we've got that, but like I say, we will have to make some tough decisions. So, but we do. I think we understand that your ask is for a new full-time person. So,
yes, thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, seems we're looking possibly at a new full-time person. Looks like we want to start them out at $86,000 a year, but when you research what an HR coordinator in Ontario, I mean, it's talking an average starting pay of $54,000. Average for Canada is $64,000. I'm just wondering where we're getting this $86,10 to start.
Through your worship, I can answer that, Councillor. Right now, the $86,000 includes both the base wage at a grade 6 step 1, as well as the entire benefit package and pension package. So that's a fulsome idea of what that person would cost, not just their wages. It's a full compensation package.
Would you be able to give a breakdown of what the start wage would be?
Yeah, of course. I've got it right here. So in 2023, someone at a grade 6 step 1 would be making $58,238 a year.
Perfect. Just for us people that don't understand the how your breakdowns work, in future, could you show that in your line, like this is your base rate pay, and then with all your OMARs and all your pensions and everything on there, just makes things a little clearer.
Through your worship, happy to split that out. Just as a general rule of thumb, you're looking at between 30 and 33%. So if you're scanning through tonight and you're trying to figure out roughly where that lies, on those, and this is inclusive of all of those budget slides. When it says wages and benefits, that's inclusive, right? So you're not just looking at base salary in any of those, that's everything included, but approximately, 30 to 35, that'll give you a close enough ballpark.
Yeah, so if we're just basing at 33, that'd be a real good way to figure that out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
I understood the benefits, but are you including CPP, WSIB, Receiver General, and what we have to contribute to the Receiver General the 13th of every month?
Through your worship, that's correct. Those are all included as well. Correct. This is full employee cost, everything included. So whatever you see in here is full sum for them to walk in the door, what we pay them.
Perfect. Thank you
Cost,
very much.
cost to the community or cost to the corporation.
Yes.
Okay, is there anything else with respect to this slide? Seeing none. Information technology.
Thank you.
Through your worship, I'll speak to this one briefly, I guess. Not a whole lot to add here. The biggest thing that's gonna pop out likely is the contracted services again. Biggest thing is we see a lot of renewals for the IT contracts in November. So we're actually seeing them come in currently and seeing those increases essentially as this is happening. So we know we're getting hit with little increases. And my understanding from talking with Dave is that a lot of our renewals are 3 to 5 year renewals as well. So, 5 years ago versus cost today, obviously significant increase. If we're signing on for those 3 to 5 years again, you would likely see that kind of flat line over the next couple of years. So maybe take a hit this year to hopefully stay the course the next couple. Biggest adjustment from last year is that revenue and reserve contribution offset. So that's a tower revenue and reserve contribution that's going to go straight to an IT reserve. So happy to take any questions, and I'm sure Dave is as well, but.
Thanks, Nathan. Is there any questions with respect to information tech? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
How many people are in this Department of Information Technology?
Through your worship, there's 3 full-time and then we have 2 summer students.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is Councillor Pennell?
Thank you, worship. Dave, how you doing? Can I get an explanation on the service contracts that are coming due? Nathan just touched base on the 3 to 5 years. When we renew this, are we front loading it, paying it all in full, or are we paying it yearly?
Through your worship, it very much depends on the contract. We do get both options and we can discuss both through finance as to which is preferable. But the fee is agreed. So give you an example, and I think you went through this. Nicole presented it when we were doing the Microsoft licensing renewal. So we agreed to a 3-year term there, paid annually at, I believe, about 55,000 per year. But other contracts, we do have the option to pay in full at the start and renew it new at the end of the term.
Okay, thank you. So if we're looking at about what's the increase there? About $80,000 or so, or sorry, $60,000, $80,000. Would we be looking at that again for next year?
An increase again next year? No. The pricing that we're looking at, the increase that we're looking at now will be a fixed cost again over either a 3 or 5 year term, depending on which contract specifically we're looking at and what options are available to us. But no, we wouldn't see an increase again until the end of the next term.
Okay, thank you.
Through your worship, just to comment on Dave's breakdown there too. If we're paying for the contract all up front and it's a 3-year contract, that expense will not all hit in the first year. So we would put it to prepaids and then it would split out amongst those 3 years. So just to clarify there, I don't want anybody thinking if we renew a 5-year contract, we're hitting that expense all this year. That's why it's increasing. It is just the annual cost that's increasing. So we could pay for it all at once, but it'll split across the number of years of the contract. So I just want to clarify that as well.
And that's the answer I was really looking for.
Okay.
You said it much better. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks. Is there, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
So Dave and Brad, you guys are, it's been since January. As everybody understands, our website sucks. It's not user-friendly. It's antiquated. You can't find it. It's been almost 11 months. All right. why don't we just throw it out? In the meantime, keep it going on what it is, but what is the cost of starting a new one? So if somebody wants to go ahead and look at public skating or this or that or anything else, make it a lot more user friendly. It's just that I compare myself to other municipalities because you have to look at other municipalities, and I have gone on websites for other municipalities to see, is it just us or whatever? And it's just us. So the point is how are we going to fix it? When are we going to fix it? And what's the timeline to get it fixed? All right.
I
Through
see.
you-
Sorry, go Dave, and then we'll let Annie weigh in afterwards. So go ahead, Dave.
I was actually just going to throw it over to Annie, actually. So through your worship, we're actually going through that process right now, and Annie can speak to it. Her department's been looking after the upgrade and renewal of the website, which I'm sure she will confirm is going to be early in the new year. So you should see significant changes at that point. But
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Shank, myself and Kylie have been working on a new website. We are hoping to launch in January, all being well, but it is being a total refresh. So hopefully everything will be accessible within 3 clicks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any anything else with respect to information technology? Councillor Hicks.
Through you, your worship, cameras downtown. Is there an update? I don't know if you're actively involved in that, Dave, or if it's through the OPP or if it's a partnership, but just I'd like to know where we're at so I can communicate that.
absolutely. I can speak to
Thanks.
that through your worship. So I'm meeting with the OPP next week, actually, next Wednesday or Thursday, which is really kicking off discussions about what their requirements are going to look like, what we want to see from this system. We are on a relatively tight deadline for completing the project, or at least getting the project kicked off. So once we have that information, we'll be looking to get an RFP out, certainly before the end of the year. I imagine that process is going to be quite lengthy. There will be site visits, interviews, and so on. But I would like to see installation started certainly by March. That may be a bit aggressive depending on who actually submits bids, but that's the hope right now, and that's the position we're in today.
If I may ask one further question?
Yep, go ahead.
Have the OPP been in contact with any of the downtown merchants? Because I know when I was talking with Acting Inspector Hatch, this was something that was on his radar to do. Just wondering, I don't need to know specific locations because that's, letting the cat out of the bag, but.
Through you, I'm not sure, and it's certainly something I can raise next week when we sit down. Yeah.
If you could, thank you.
Through
Yep,
your
go
worship,
ahead,
I actually can comment on that a little bit briefly. When I talked to, I can't think of his title, but I want to say Staff Sergeant Snyder, is that it? Sorry, I apologize. I didn't want to screw that up. He had mentioned they were going to canvass all of their staff who work in the area and try and get a general sense of what areas they would like to pinpoint, and then kind of work with us to kind of figure out what we need as well. So that was their original approach. Once we got the grant approved, they were kind of at that point starting to canvass their staff. I don't know if they've gone to the public as well, but that was kind of their starting point from that perspective, from my understanding.
Deputy Mayor Gower.
Do we know how many cameras we're talking about, and is there anything going in the industrial park?
Again, through your worship, not until we've had these discussions with the OPP and what the proposals look like and budgets look like.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else with respect to information tech? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Could I just have a couple of examples of contracted services? Like what's included in the contracted services?
Yeah, through your worship. I'm happy to provide a complete breakdown of that for you actually after the meeting, but an example would be the fiber connectivity to all our properties. We talked about the Microsoft licensing earlier. That's a contracted service. All core application licensing support for our servers, hardware, all our infrastructure support goes through contracted services.
Those are good examples. Thank you. When I look at contracted services and I see it, that amount of money, and it's actually higher than our wages and benefits for the staff here. I just wanted technology is supposed to be faster, greater, be able to accomplish everything in the world, but I can see it costs money to do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Is there anything else with respect to information technology? Seeing none, we'll move on to community economic development. And I believe that's Annie.
Through your worship, I'll just make a quick comment before Annie gets going here on the revenue side of things. You're going to see a significant decrease in budget amount there. And that's something that maybe across the board that we've been very conservative about on. I think it just stands out a little bit more on this one because obviously the budget amount is quite a bit lower. We're trying to make sure that we're not over budgeting on that and then getting hit in the face a year later, essentially, when we don't hit those. Some of the things that we saw in community and economic development in the past were grant related, and those are not always very consistent streams. It's not like OMPF or gas tax where the government is basically forced to give that to us to some degree. These are one-off grants. So we wanted to make sure that we're really conservative and not trying to overinflate that number to offset expenses when it really isn't going to hold true.
Thank you. And through your worship, I'll just add, this is where the items we discussed earlier, the banners, beautification for downtown, et cetera, that is encompassed in this budget as well. Happy to take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yeah, again, I just, how many people are in this department here, community economic development?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Calvert, there is a total of 4.
Thank you.
Is there, sorry, go ahead.
Through your worship, just want to comment, there's also a summer student as well, and a significant portion of the deputy CAO salary is split amongst a couple departments in CED, community and economic development. So you're probably looking at 4.5 plus a student, sorry, just so that's accurate.
Thanks, Nathan. Is there anything else with respect? Go ahead, Councillor X.
Through you, your worship. I had a conversation not long ago with someone regarding grant writing, and I'm just wondering the contracted services, what is encompassed in the contracted services? And is this something that we should be putting more of a focus on in order to really go after, like, there's professionals that do this actually for a living is my understanding. So I'm just wondering if that's, if we've done any of that in the past and if we should be looking at doing some of that in the future.
Through your worship to Councillor Hicks, no part of the contracted services has been for grant writing in this budget. It has all been done by staff internally. I know Chris Brown has been in talks with an organization that does it, could do it on our behalf. I'm not sure what the pricing is for that. I believe, if I remember correctly, it would be a portion of the grant would go to their fee, but he might be able to speak more to that. But everything that we've received at this point has been completed by staff.
Go ahead, Anne.
Through you, your worship. So just a follow-up question to that. Do these individuals and or organizations actually go and actively search out grants and say, hey, this is a good one. Let's write this up and see where it goes. And I understand there's a delay in the application and the actual award or notification, sometimes up to a year. So I just think it's something to really, maybe we should be thinking about. Because I think there's money out there and we're not chasing it hard enough.
Through your worship to Councillor Hicks, for the most part, staff apply to the same ones year after year. We are actively looking for any new ones. Some of those haven't been successful when they've been put in, but at this point, it has been when staff have a minute, they try and find something.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there Councillor Shank?
So I'm looking at ways to save costs and stuff like this. So we're doing our new website. It's be starting in January. You're the manager of community of economic development. So grants, falls into your encompass, whoever does it, but that is one thing. The other thing is for advertising for our community and stuff like this. So could you not do the same type of job that Quinny that we're already paying $30,000 when our total budget is $667,901. So all I'm saying is why are we paying somebody close to $30,000? All right, when we have a manager of economic development and it's costing taxpayers $667,000. All I'm saying is I don't need an answer now, but it's just, that's why I'm looking at further discussion. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why, like, you know, under a lot of employees carry different hats. What can we do? What can we not save? You know, the only reason why I'm getting kind of concerned here is when I look at, all right, this is going to be in capital, this is going to be in capital, this is going to be in capital. Well, our roads took a major cut last year and we're going to have to put stuff back in capital and put it some in reserve. And when you're already starting at 14,000, that's the reason why I get a little 14%, you know what I mean? That's the reason why I get a little, what can we do? What can we do better by department or whatever? That's the reason why I'm just asking, throwing that out there, because there's going to be future meetings of what we can improve on, what can't we do, what with it saying there's no way we can do. I'm just throwing those ideas out there.
Through your worship to Councillor Shank, at this point, our team does not have the capacity to do it or the expertise that the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board has. Also with that partnership, we're able to tap into a much higher dollar figure that we would not be able to provide the quality or number of items, not only the discovery guides or different like stay at home or marketing pieces, like the different editorials that were talked about the other night. Those are all pay per article kind of thing. And they can get quite expensive to have a social media influencer come for a weekend, which would be a considerable amount than the current amount we pay to the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board.
Councillor Hicks.
I'm just going to jump in really quickly. Found money, municipal accommodation levy. I'm not going to use the T word. In order to move forward with that, we have to be in a partnership with a nonprofit organization, which currently the best one around for our needs is the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board. Thank you.
And I believe that, oh, okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Carver.
What is the percentage the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board takes if we go through with this levy?
50% of the money goes to the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board or another nonprofit. I'm not aware of another nonprofit in the area. And it is used exclusively for marketing and advertising for the Bay of Quinte area. The other 50% remains here within the town of Greater Napanee for us to use at our disposal. My thoughts would lead towards, if that money is being paid by overnight guests in our municipality, hopefully hotels, motels, and short-term accommodation, which is where the real money is, that money could be used to fund things like flowers and banners in the industrial park, or, you know, we can put the money into the recreation and upgrade soccer fields. I overheard a conversation about that where we need money there. Those are the things, it's found money. It's not coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. It's the visitors to the municipality that are paying it. So without having that nonprofit organization as a partner, we can't collect it.
Just to, I know that in the early 2024, I believe Madam Clerk has said that we're going to have some further discussions with respect to the short-term accommodation and things like that. But I just want to make sure that it's clear is that the contract with the Bay of Quinte Marketing doesn't hinge on whether or not we use them for the short-term accommodation. So they're two separate entities, but I know that in early 2024, we are probably going to have a more fulsome conversation with respect to what we're talking about tonight. So I just didn't want to get down to the rabbit hole too far tonight, because I know that we're going to have some further conversations about it. So sorry, is there anything else that we can talk about with respect to the community economic development slide? Seeing none, growth and expansion.
So through your worship, I'll start things off here quickly. You'll see this transfer to reserve, or sorry, transfer from reserve budgeted here. The way that the building department is set up now with a ongoing reserve, essentially years of surplus will now fund years of deficiency. So as of right now, based on budget figures, we're budgeting that the building department would run a deficit next year, but that would not hit tax base. So the intent is moving forward that would be a self-sufficient department. So that's what you're seeing, that $23,000 transfer from reserve. So moving forward, that should be the case, whether it's a transfer in or a transfer out. And that's the intent of that, is essentially to try and keep building permit application rates relatively competitive or sustainable, I guess, for those out there. So happy to speak on that. I can kick it over to Michael if he has anything to add here, but that I just wanted to talk on that and how that operates now. We've had some really good years in the building department the past few. We might still see a few more coming in here, but if we ever see that downturn, the hope is that the tax base isn't seeing the hit of that. So it's kind of more forward thinking. I know right now we're in good space, but that may not always be the case.
And through your worship, just to add on to that, we're planning a conservative 2024. In reality, with a couple of the projects that we're very likely to see happen, they're very large permit generating projects. We would be well exceeding this budget number in 2024, which would put more into the reserve and really give us a good cushion to work from. But we're just taking a conservative approach, just given current economic climate. Who knows what may transpire over the next 12 months. In all likelihood, though, we will see a surplus next year that we would put towards the reserve, further towards the reserve. We have a slight increase in contracted services, predominantly a very minor increase in consultant efforts that we foresee. With our OP updates, we're targeting being complete by mid-year. On the heels of that, staff would like to initiate a general zoning bylaw update to bring the zoning bylaw into conformity with the official plan. So there's just a modest increase for 2024 to help out with undertaking that project in Qs 3 and 4 of next year. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thanks, Michael. Is there any questions for, go ahead, Councilor Brunel.
Thank you, worship, through you. Just curiosity, why 23,000, not 25,000, not 20,000? Just seem to go into reserves, just kind of weird number.
Through your worship, essentially, when we went through the budget and kind of set up our figures, that's just what played out. So there was no method to it. Essentially, we kind of looked at, okay, where do we think projected revenues are going to be? What are our expenses? And that was the deficiency at that point in time. So it was basically just a leftover.
Thank you.
Through your worship, I can just add, we use fairly round figures in projecting revenues, not down to the penny, but rounding to the nearest 10. And yeah, it ended up just working out that way.
Great. Is there anything further for Michael with respect to his presentation? Seeing none, we will move on to protective services.
Through your worship, I think this is pretty standard for the most part. We actually have received our billing statements or our levies from all three agencies that would be affected in this. So Cataraqui, Quinte, and the OPP have all sent us their 2024 statements. So we are aware of these are actual costs for the year. OPP, there is a little bit of kickback we get, a little bit of revenue, but I've just netted it out here because it doesn't make a very large dent in, obviously, in that $4 million budget line item, if I'm being honest. So, and then the Riverboy program is slotted under there just because it sits with Conservation Authority from previous years. So we've left it under that area. So just wanted to highlight that as well. Happy to take questions.
Great, thanks. Nathan, is there any questions for Nathan with respect to the protective services slide? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
I get this question a lot. For $4 million for policing, do we get any specific number of policing patrols, or is it just whatever we need? Are we on an on-call basis, or I got to understand what $4 million is getting us?
Through your worship, the statements we receive throughout the year are just a monthly bill essentially from the OPP that details what we owe for that month. No statistics attached to it, just simply here's our bill. I believe we do get a breakdown annually, but I can't recall when that comes out, unfortunately. I know there was some pretty heavy investigation, I guess, on our part, looking into that. And I want to say our part, I mean, council and staff, a few years back to look into, how calls were allocated and stuff. And I think we're actually starting to see that flat line a little bit, because my understanding of the OPP rates is they're an average of 5 years rolling average. So we're actually kind of getting into that territory where we're seeing that average come down a bit. I know $132,000 of an increase is a lot in terms of our budget, but on $4 million line item, not crazy, I guess, as crazy as that is to say. So we're actually seeing the benefit of that change of the work of others at this point in time. In meeting with the previous inspector, he'd kind of highlighted that. So those numbers are out there. I don't know where they go to when that comes through, but in terms of like what we get on a monthly basis with our statement, it is purely, here's 1/12 of what you pay in the year. Here's your invoice, essentially.
Like there's been a rash of break-ins, and when you phone the police and report it, people aren't happy with what they're getting for response. I get hit with this daily as to where, what we're getting. So I'd ask.
Maybe I can help you out, Deputy Mayor Calver. There's a core funding that we have to pay for, then we pay per call. In the old days, prior to this new system, we used to have some, I suppose, leverage because you'd pay so much per officer and things, but those days are long gone. And as Nathan said, in the last term of council, we did try and find some efficiencies, which we were able to find with respect to the PECUNIARY Detention Center. And because the building is done over a 5-year period, we received some money back, but we're now just reaping the rewards of that, because the 5 years we're now into that 5-year period where we're reaping those rewards. But I can say firsthand, policing is expensive. So, and we don't have a lot of flexibility with respect to how we obtain it. We're mandated to have, to have to pay for the policing, and our options are really very limited unless we wanted to start our own regional police force. So, unfortunately, but it doesn't hurt to look, see if there are some more efficiencies. So, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yeah, you meant to touch base on starting your own regional. You'll never do that for $4 million.
No. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe this question's to you. Maybe you can help me out here on this, but on this $4 million bill, if we need the helicopter or search and rescue or something like that, it comes in from a different area, is that provided to us as an additional charge, or is that absorbed in that monies?
I believe it's absorbed in any of the special services. I don't think so. We don't pay so much for the helicopter when the helicopter comes down. So we do have access to a lot of specialty services that we're really not paying for. But so I don't think we do it. I'd have to go through some old notes that I have, but I don't believe we do. So for $4 million, it sounds like a lot of money, and but what we're being provided and what we have access to, it's probably not that bad a price. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't bring some old notes, or I probably could have helped you out with that. So, is there anything? Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
I don't believe we pay for the 401 or Highway 33, being a provincial highway also. But Nathan, my question is that we used to get an offsetted grant for the policing, because we're being a rural municipality because I remember when we were drawing the circle that made sure that it was, based on a rural municipality. Are we still eligible for that grant since we don't have a police service board?
Through your worship, I honestly would have to look into that. I know we do get some kickbacks, some grants annually. Like I said, that amount in there is netted against that. So that could be what that is composed of. I would have to go look back at the statements we get for those credits. So quarterly, we do get a credit back generally. But I don't know exactly what it is related to, honestly.
And I don't think it is, Councillor Shank. And again, I'm just going from memory, but I think a lot of the granting that we do get back has to do with court security.
to, maybe things have changed in the last 4 years, but the municipality was based on, so much per household. All right, and what was the average in Ontario, what the cost was and what the differential was. And since we were a rural municipality, our grant would be that much higher. I know Loyalist Township would get one, but they weren't deemed to be a rural municipality. Napanee deemed to be a rural municipality. We got a significantly higher grant. I just wasn't sure if that grant was still available or through clawbacks or for down,
Through your worship, I'm pulling up our financial system now just to check to see what those credits have on them to state. I don't know, honestly. Hopefully I can have a more concrete answer for you by the end of the night.
Yeah, and I can, it's not ringing a bell for me, Mike, so I think it doesn't exist, but Nathan, I'm sure can pull up, but with the granting that we do get back, so. Is there anything else with respect to protect, oh, sorry, go ahead to Councilor Martin.
Yeah, on the police services, Nathan, do you calculate the 7% surcharge that urban taxpayers pay above the rural taxation?
Through your worship, that is the fee that the OPP charges us. That would be assessed through the overall tax mill rate. So the budget figure would affect residents separately, but how that operates through our budget is a single line item essentially. So that would be calculated on their end taxes, this isn't split out urban and rural. That is just a full amount that we pay to the OPP essentially. So that would come on the other end. To this, your point on the 7%, I believe the figure is 9%, but I don't know if that's just related to OPP. I think it's a number of different things, but
I think the 9% is the total difference, isn't it? Or am I wrong? Policing was 7%, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, again, I'm just going by, but it's completely different than what we're talking about right now. This is just the bill that the OPP sends us for what it costs us to pay for their policing of our community. So you're thinking at the other end, as Nathan said. So and again, I had all this information probably 3-4 years ago with respect to how much the billing of the OPP is core funding and how much is it based on per call, and depending on the type of call, depending on the severity of the call, the costing is more and more. So many years ago in the old days, if say there was 4 or 5 constables that weren't working, you used to be able to get some type of kickback but that's not the way it is now. It's basically they provide a service for us and we pay the bill, and it's geared on, there's core funding that's paid for, and then there's the price per call. So, and again, I apologize because I'm just now upwards of 3 years since I've been delved into it. So
you're correct, but and also the grant was towards the total bill. There was no rural, urban, or anything else like that. All I was talking about is when I was asking about the grants, is that against the total bill that was done to the town of Greater Napanee, because I was always an advocate of having one contract for the whole county, rather, you know what I mean? That's a whole nother issue. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother, we're not the state focused. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, you're absolutely right. So if there's nothing further, I think this might be an opportune time to take about a 15-minute break. We've been at this for 2 hours now, and the numbers are starting to look funny. So I think we'll take a break, and we'll see you back about 7:15. Welcome back, everyone. And moving forward, we're on to the slide that's on page 26, the fire department. And Chief Hammond is at the front desk. So are you going to start or is Nathan?
No, I'll let Nathan start.
Through your worship. Just one thing I want to highlight here, because obviously there's a significant jump in the wages and benefits. Just want to speak to the effect of that. Last year we added one full-time firefighter, but that was only for half the year. So now we're seeing the effect of that being on a full year's wages and benefits, obviously. So that's why there was a steep increase there, because we're getting the second half of the year there. And the other portion of it is our hours and our cost to our paid on call continues to increase. So there is a pretty steep bump there too, to account for that, because it just hasn't obviously gotten any cheaper. So that's the bulk of that. And then we have a lot of junior firefighters as well. So they make their moves up the ranks, and that obviously increases salary burden as well. And then just quickly on the revenue, it's a little misleading in terms of revenue, because a lot of it is cost recovery. So if we go out to the 401 to accident out there, sure, we do get some kickback from the government on that, but we're not making money on those calls at all. So it's a little bit of a cost recovery, but we're certainly not making money. I know it is revenue coming in, but it's truly more of a cost recovery. There's some other items in there like burn permits and such, but just to be clear on that. So we're adjusting that to, kind of meet what we've been doing in the past couple of years. And then I'll kick it over to Chief Hammond here, and he can elaborate on some other stuff.
Thank you, Nathan. So through your worship, just to give you a high level look at what your fire department looks like right now compared to 12 months ago, we are still short 26 paid on call staff. We have done 2 active recruitments over the last 12 months. We are losing staff at a rate of 22% a year since 2013. If we keep this trend up, we will have probably no part paid on call staff by 2029. The industry standard right now in the province of Ontario is 1 full-time firefighter for every 1,000 population. We have 8 full-time. Out of 65 paid on call, we have 41. Both of our rural stations are below minimum staffing and have been below minimum staffing for the last 5 years that I've been here, through no fault of anybody else, but life has changed. We had 2 years where we lost more firefighters than we were able to hire paid on call. So when we start looking at the asks, you're under the regulation, the FPPA, you're obligated to have a fire department or a fire service team. The corporation has chosen a fire department. Also, under the legislation, you're obligated to staff it, equip it, train it, monitor it. I report this to you just as a matter of fact. You set the level of service for your fire department. At our present level of service, if we don't have extra staff, we can't provide the service you've set. And that's as black and white as I can tell you. Our call volume has gone through the roof this past year, 2023. We are on a record-setting course. Unfortunately, the high majority of those calls are medical calls. We have had an open tiered response agreement with the county since October of last year, where we've been unable to come to any terms of financial retribution for going to calls outside of that tier response agreement. And that does concern us. Our level of service is going this way and our staffing is going this way. So to Councillor Shank, through your worship, you tell us what you don't want us to do, and we'll make those adjustments into our budget.
Thank you, Chief Hammond. And I know that we are having some discussions, and they've been ongoing for a while with respect to our tiered response. I think we need to continue to flesh those discussions out. So, but anyways, sorry about that. Is Councillor Shank.
So looking at the big picture, all right. The big picture is, if we can get this doctor recruitment, this program or the policy that we would like to have, all right, If we can get that in place, because what's happening now is because the lack of doctors, people that don't have doctors, what they do is then they go to emergency in the hospital. Now you're waiting 6 hours, 8 hours. They're just swamped. So a lot of people have figured out that, you know what? Oh, I got difficulty breathing. I have a phone, ambulance, have an ambulance show up. Now the ambulances are swamped. All right. So when the ambulances are swamped, they'll tone out because after a certain period of time, they phone the fire department. It's another medical call. Now, we have to set the level of service for medical calls, that we're going to have to put pressure on the county that they hire enough staff, and then we have to do something with the doctors to solve this big vicious circle that's going around, is because quote me if I'm wrong, all right, James too, is that, we don't administer oxygen unless those two stats are below 92, 93 or whatever. We don't neck brace, we don't backboard, we don't do this, we don't splint, we don't, you know what I mean? So so when we get called for somebody that has difficulty breathing, but doesn't really have difficulty breathing, but just needs to want to get into the merge to go by ambulance because she's going to be seen quicker, that's a cost back to the taxpayers. Because now it's back to the fire department and there's our medical calls that are going through the roof, like the chief has just said. So here's that vicious circle that's going around and around and around. So number one is if we can get enough doctors to alleviate some of the pressure in the hospitals, all right, and to get the county to do that. And then what we'll have to do is the chief will look at our medical calls, what our costs are, what our level of service is, all right, and what can we do to mitigate some of the medical calls.
So through your worship, you're not far off. One of the biggest issues we're finding right now is it's burning our staff out. We're already 26 staff down after hours. The same folks are going out to similar calls. The calls are taking their toll on staff. Our budget takes a huge hit. When you see the cost of our medical training, because of our agreement, we have to stay at a certain level of medical training that we wouldn't normally need if we weren't going through our tiered response agreement. The equipment that used to be the soft equipment or perishable equipment that used to be given to us, box of gloves and all that stuff stopped after COVID. So we have been, and I'll use the term, downloaded through the fire department to offset the inefficiencies, or I'm not even sure because I don't know much about the paramedicine world. But it does concern me that our county has just hired a third party to run their medical services, and they still won't talk to us about helping us fund when we're backfilling medical calls. So that does concern me. And there are absolutely savings in our budget if we stuck to our tiered response agreement, Councillor. We are not. Because right now, every time the tones go out for our call, we respond. We're in the business of helping people and helping your constituents, our residents, and this great town. The problem is, if we keep going down this road by 2029, I'll have no staff. I'll have a couple of full-time staff left. We're on average right now getting 2 to 3 years out of a paid on-call. 2 to 3 years. We used to get 5, 10, 15 years. We're not getting that anymore. We have very dedicated staff serving the needs and response of this community right now. I just said we went through 2 recruitments over the last 12 months. We'll probably garnish 6 or 8 candidates out of this one. And if we get 2 years out of them, you know the cost, it's $10,000 in 24 months with equipment and training and all of the other pieces that go with that. So when you look at the cost, excuse me, on the slide for wages, and it talks about a 93,500 for one full-time firefighter. What we've done with that cost is we've taken the baseline 33% for benefits, and also given us enough room to say, look, we've got to equip this person, we've got to train them if they aren't already part of our force. And we also have to have a bit of room because it's a contractual year and we're not sure where negotiations are going to go for us. So We're a legislated body. You set the level of service. You tell us what you want us to do or don't want us to do, and then back us with that, with the agreements that we need to have out in the community. It's not that simple, but I'm making it that it is that black and white at this point.
Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
So I'm not party. I'd like to see what, this is going to be a separate meeting, but what our level of services with the county and with our medical calls, because it's medical calls that are killing us. So I'd like to see what our level of service is and what do you want the fire department to respond to?
Right. So also, yeah, sorry, Councillor, through your worship. Also, don't forget, we're legislated to be doing other things. And when we're running medical calls that don't meet the criteria, and we're not saying we don't want to, we do save lives, we help save lives. That's not what we're saying. But when we're taken away 3, 4, 5 times through what we should be doing, which is inspection, enforcement, public education, we lose that traction. And it eats up our budget. Like contracted services, I'm sure someone's going to ask what that line is. So our contracted services are huge because of what we're legislated to do. Our dispatch contract with Kingston actually, I believe, went down for the first time based on population, based on calls, not call volume, but calls. We have RMS systems that are legislated that we need to have for Ministry of Labor records searches. We have learning management systems that we need to track firefighters for certification. All of these things have been downloaded from the government to us through certification and through other aspects of legislation. So our medical, again, I'll go back to our medical training. Does it need to be at the level that we're at? We prefer to keep it there. However, that costs money. And we have to upload it every 3 years on the first year because you have to pay base hospital and the clinical aspect of it, whether it's Red Cross, St. John's, or other companies. We have staff on shift right now that can accommodate some of the training, but they can't do it all. Some of the other stuff that the fire department does that you probably don't even know, we apply for grants all over the place. And I know, speaking to one of the comments tonight, should we look at somebody that looks at all these grants? And I think it was yourself, Councillor Hicks. We are successful many times throughout a 12-month period in getting between $5,000 and $10,000 from Enbridge and other energy places through grants for public education, smoke alarm campaigns, that sort of stuff. So we offset what we do with some of that grant money. There are other grants out there right now that we're applying for this year. The Emergency Management of Ontario has just, there's a $41 million pool of money. It used to be the JEP grant through the feds. Now it's downloaded to the province, and they're for municipalities our size, we can apply for those grants. But a $50,000 grant will help us with equipment. It doesn't help us with hiring staff and getting staff on the floor and keeping our levels where you need them for our service delivery. 2029 right now is a big number for us. And we didn't realize it until we started going through all of the stats for this presentation from 2013. Well, I think it was even earlier than 2013. No, 2013 to now. Consistently, we're losing staff between 12% and 25% a year. And we're not hiring that. I'll take any questions.
And I think, to be fair, Chief, this problem isn't unique to Napanee. It's
absolutely
unique, it's unique to all walks of life. It's unique to all professions, and again, I don't want to minimize it, but it's not unique to us. But it is going to be a challenge for all of our societies in the coming years, and I think we're starting to see or realize that right now. So
right, and if I may just add this last comment. 3 weeks ago, we had a major fire in this town. I had 13 staff there, 5 of which were full-time, came back at 20 to 3 in the morning. We also initiated our mutual aid program, which works extremely well, and we're very proud that we're members in that. That doesn't mean we can't handle a fire in town. That means we call enough people and resources early enough so we can manage a problem in town. So for anybody that's out there watching, saying, or speculating that, well, you know, you had to call in, that's what we do. We don't have 4 aerials. We don't want 4 aerials at this point. We have the ability to use our mutual aid partners, and we did that morning, and we were very successful.
Yeah, and that's just the reality of emergency services, whether it's policing, fire, or it doesn't matter what it is that, yeah, 6 days out of 7, we have too many people, and on day 7, we haven't got enough. That's just the reality of what we do. So, thank you, Chief, Deputy Mayor Carver.
Thank you for touching on that mutual aid. Anybody that didn't get a chance to see it, it was pretty damn impressive to watch that many aerials working. One of the questions I constantly get asked is how long would it take for our mutual aid partners to respond when we make a phone call?
Through your worship, it depends on what we're calling for and where they're coming from. On the 23rd at 20 to 3 in the morning, we were extremely lucky that the 2 partners we called weren't having incidents at the same time, or we would not have got them. So it can take anywhere from 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes, or 2 hours if we're calling Ottawa or Toronto for heavy hussar or hazmat specialty teams. But our mutual aid is set up in such a way that when I use an aerial, I can call for an aerial. For me to get a 3rd aerial, I have to go through a fire coordinator, and that's all done through our dispatch center. Staffing works the same way. If I know I've exhausted after 3 pages, nobody's still coming, and I can't fill my stations, then I can start calling other mutual aid partners to come in, which we did that night. And we had a rig and a crew of 4 from Odessa come in and staff station 1, because we had station 2 and 3 also helping us out. So Stone Mills, after their fire, were covering the north part of our community, and Bath was covering the southern part. So again, it ranges on what we're asking for, where it's coming from, and what they're doing at the time. Let's not forget, they're going to call us maybe tomorrow, or let's not say tonight, but right, they may reciprocate very shortly, and we will absolutely do the best we can, like we did with the forest fire this past season, right? We had the ability to have crews go up, 3 different crews, but we sent a few people up the same crew, but we were able to help out partners 2 hours or an hour and a half north of us. That's what we do.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Everybody can remember on Princess Street, remember the apartment, the wooden structure that went ahead, the wooden apartment went ahead. They called us.
Absolutely.
And
Yep.
we went down to help them. So it goes very quickly.
Thanks. Go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, worship, through you. Chief, I see, I think I heard you say that we have now currently 8 full-time firefighters,
Correct.
and your ask is for another 3.
So the ask is for 4. We'd like 1 firefighter, an EVT, to assist us with maintenance of our heavy fleet.
Okay, that was my next one, was we see a fire mechanic. So what did you just call him? Sorry.
So emergency vehicle technician. So what we're finding now with the advent of computers on trucks and you know, it's not fiber optics, but it's similar to fiber optics and running all of the electronics on the truck. Our mechanics can source out a problem with the engine up at the shop. But other than that, our trucks physically either have to leave town, and we don't have a reserve truck to put in its place. So we have to bring EVT mechanics in to service our equipment. Many of our neighbors, and I know that you've quoted a few of them in not yourself, Councillor, but other councillors in the room, we are surrounded by municipalities or counties like size, and they have fire mechanics on their staff. To a savings, because now you're not sending your truck out for $250 an hour or bringing somebody in 8 hours away to service a vehicle that an in-house firefighter who is qualified as a mechanic can do that.
Okay, just for curiosity, thanks for that, by the way. Just for curiosity, are there these mechanics out there, or do you have to hire a firefighter and then send them away to school?
No, there are fire mechanics out there. There are EVT qualified firefighters that might be out there. I mean, this would be one of those job postings we would have to post externally. I don't believe I have anybody that's qualified on staff, or we would probably be using them in some capacity already.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there anything? Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Chief, you make a good case. You defend your ask very well. You're saying there's 8 full-time firemen right now? And you're losing 22% of them per year,
of our paid on call.
paid on call. Per year,
So,
okay.
so
Not,
the-
not the full-time. That does,
So our full-time complement has changed completely. Just our suppression staff have changed completely in the last 2.5 years. As you will remember, the former council, we started to lose full-time staff to the 24-hour shift. My ask last year was, again, the same as this year, I want 4 staff. I need to get to a complement where I can put people on a shift that benefits the community and keeps talent in town. So right now, half of my department paid on call is less than 5 years experience. If I keep them past 5 years, maybe they'll stay till 10. More than likely they won't. My full-time complement, I have 2 of my senior captains. One's a fire prevention officer. The other one's a training officer, but they're both full-time and they both have over 16 years experience. The rest of my crew is around the 3-year to just recently hired as of your approval last year. I'm not losing them right now, but that doesn't mean they won't go tomorrow. I'm trying to offset the decline of our paid on call and protect the town, your level of service.
would there be a considerable saving in the paid on call if you had 2 or 3 or 4 more firemen full-time?
I'm not asking for it to be a savings. So right now.
No,
my
I'm just
budget-
trying to balance the difference. Like if you had,
So if I don't have firefighters coming in after 5:30 at night, I have nobody coming. So you have no protection. Because right now our fire detail, our response is Monday to Friday, 7 to 5:30 and 7 to 5:30 Saturday, Sunday. After 5:30 at Friday afternoon to Monday morning in the evenings is all paid on call. We're not a full-time department. We're a composite department. So 20 to 3 on the 23rd, I had 5 full-time folks who were not on shift answer the call and come back to work. The remainder of those 13 staff were paid on call. The rest of my complement of 41 that I have out of 65 were either hunting, working, because they're shift workers, or had other things going on in their life.
I get you. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Is there anything else? And I see that we probably already got into the staffing slide or the page 27 anyway, so I think we've already got that there. So I think we've covered that. Is there anything else for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, chief, and good luck this evening. And
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, deputy chief. Next up is cemeteries. I see Mr. Brown coming up. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Through your worship, I'll just make a little note off the start, as I have for most of these. Not a whole lot of changes here, but I do want to comment on the revenue portion. A little bit of an increase. Our staff are getting more and more familiar with this operation, and it seems to be growing quite well. This year, we've actually already hit that 89,000 mark. So I don't think it's outrageous to say that we could actually go well above that potentially. But like I said, try and stay conservative, try and make sure we have the right approach. But just wanted to comment on that. So obviously cemeteries aren't a money maker for the municipality, but as we get the hang of things, they're starting to run smoother and smoother year after something that we basically got downgraded to us, I guess, as well after it was given up. So I'll kick it over to Chris if you guys have questions or if he wants to speak on anything.
Thank you. Through your worship, I just wanted to add that, the cemetery department is comprised of 2 full-time employees. They're actually shared with other departments in the winter months. So one of those goes over to facilities, the other over to public works to assist with winter operations as well as operations at the SPC. We also hire 2 summer students every year in the cemeteries to assist with that. I believe last year we were doing 4 active cemeteries, and that list will probably continue to grow. But as you can see, compared to last year, actually a little bit less. So pretty much staying status quo here with the cemetery budget.
Great, thanks, Chris. Is there any questions for Chris with respect to cemeteries? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Gower.
So that wages and benefits, that's for 2 full-time employees, you were saying?
Yes, so 2 full-time operators, but then also an admin. Did that get moved? Sorry, that's a question for Nathan.
Through your worship. So it's bits and pieces of 3 staff members essentially, and then 2 summer students. So it's a little hard to follow, but as Chris mentioned, they get moved to different departments in the winter months. So their salary distribution is split amongst a couple departments. So you're looking at 3 full-time employees within the town, but only portion of their salary is attributed to this budget. Does that answer your question, or?
No, actually makes it even more confusing. Is there any way we can get a breakdown of how we justify how we're spending and paying when they're broke up over this department, that department, this department, this department? It'd be really make life a little easier here.
For sure, we can provide something to that detail.
Thank you. And that I think that included some summer students, if I'm not mistaken, does it as well. So, is there anything else? I don't see anything. Thanks, Chris, for the cemetery, and I always like to make comment. We are seeing some real advances with our cemeteries. Yeah, I know it's cost us some money maybe, and there's a little bit of growing pains, but compared to where we were less than 5 years ago, I think we've really advanced leaps and bounds. So thank you for that. Next up is parks and facilities.
Through your worship, this is a rather large group of cost centers within the municipality. So we're looking at all of our soccer pitches, all our ball fields, any town-owned property with the exception of basically wastewater and water facilities, and 53 Community Road, which hits under the clerk's budget currently. So pretty large portfolio of cost centers here. The main revenue you're going to see is from the SBC for the most part. And as I've mentioned on a lot of the other ones, we're actually seeing some growth in that area. It's trending up. I think we're starting to see that full bounce back from COVID a couple of years ago, which is nice to see. So hopefully that continues to grow. Another comment on that, we actually haven't raised rates at the SBC in quite some time on some things. So with it growing, that I would assume that only attributes to more use. So I think that's a good sight to see. Other areas, staff wages, there hasn't been any added employees there. That's status quo from last year. We're just looking at increases, just the number of bodies, obviously the magnitude of it. And I know Chris will speak to this, but materials and supplies, it's more putting more money back into the SBC. And then there's a slide following that comments on a couple other things that Chris is looking to do to kind of improve the municipality as well.
Yeah, so just touch on wages and benefits, Brian. 12 full-time employees in the parks and facilities. We also have a permanent part-time that works up to 28 hours a week. And then we hire 9 summer students in the parks department. Like I said, 2 in the cemeteries. We also hire 2 for horticulture as well. But we'll definitely get a full breakdown of that and make sure you have the full picture. Materials and supplies, like Nate had mentioned, we're seeing significant increases in cost, obviously, but heat, hydro, and things like utilities are very hard to budget for when they just keep going up and up. But we want to be safe here. And then contracted services, I did just kind of jot down a little bit of a list. Just seems to be a thing that we want to kind of look at, contracted services. So we have some contracted services, particularly in the SPC. One of the large ones for us is Simcoe Refrigeration. We're a preferred client. We have an agreement with them 24/7. If something is wrong in the refrigeration plant, we can call them. They'll get a refrigeration technician on site ASAP, which has been a phenomenal agreement. Yes, you pay for it, but I don't know where we'd be without it. And they're amazing. Another example would be alarm systems, right? That's a contracted services. They monitor all of our buildings, intrusion alarms, fire alarms, things like that. So those are just a couple examples, and I could go on, but we have several contracted services in all of our buildings. Obviously the SPC being the largest, but we also have service contracts out in the parks as well. Things like portable toilets or pest control or, spraying of noxious weeds. So it seems like a big number, but there's a lot of things that staff in-house cannot do without some outside help. Yeah, and then I can flip over to talk about some of the other things that contribute to the increase.
Yep, go ahead, Counselor Shank.
So Chris, the summer students, if I remember correctly, there were 20-some dollars an hour. How much was the average?
Sorry, through your worship, goes to Enbridge, did you say? Sorry.
Summer students,
Sorry.
what did we pay them on an average?
I believe last year was around $16-17 an hour. So we're talking 18, sorry, we're up to $18 an hour.
I would imagine it must be somewhere around minimum wage, and correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong, but is there not?
slightly above, I think.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but does somebody supplements that, do they not?
Yeah, through your worship. So the granting process, we apply every year for Canada Summer Jobs, and I believe that's federal, and then there's a provincial grant as well. Kind of one of those things that just depends on what you get for allotment from government initiatives. So I think in prior years, we've had some large numbers. We budget as if none of that is going to be covered though. So we don't budget for any of those grants. If we do end up being successful in getting those grants, that would obviously reduce our salaries burden. So I think last year we had close to 20 summer students all in total, and we got 4 grants, and it does not cover their full wages. It's only a portion of it.
I'm aware of the grants, and I think that they give up to 50% or whatever. But I thought that we were paying the summer students $20-some an hour.
Through your worship, not to my knowledge, and Holly had commented, said it was $18 an hour for the most part. I don't believe any of them were across that $20 threshold. Yeah, it does vary department to department, but overall, I'm almost certain that none of them were that $20 mark.
Yep, thanks, Nathan. Is there anything else? Go ahead, Ange.
Through you, your worship. So when you say it varies from department to department, does that mean if they're bringing a certain skill set with them, they're a third-year college student and they're in IT or a specific program, they might make a little more, but if it's just Jane Doe and it's her first year out of college, what are we talking here? The fact that they're making more than minimum wage, I find interesting.
Through your worship, I quite honestly don't have anything to do with the hiring process, so I could kick it over to Holly if she has any reasoning behind why it varies department to department. I don't know. I will comment on the rate being above minimum wage. If you look at other local municipalities in the area, that's pretty standard to be just above that mark. At least it has been in recent years. So if we're looking at comparators, and either way.
Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
The only reason why I asked that question is I thought we were paying them over $20-some an hour, and we're having some problems with the work ethic of some of the students. So therefore, what I was saying is if you're going to be paying them that much, then you know what? There's a lot of other people that are not making that much. This might be further ahead to hire some part-time person, you know what I mean? That might have a little bit better ethic. You know what I mean? That's just today's society, you know? Maybe that's not politically correct. Maybe not. I'm just, what's the best bang for the buck for the municipality?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Hicks, just it depends on the department and what's being asked in the position is the variation in wage. It has nothing to do with their credentials and what they bring to the table necessarily, but it's being asked of the role.
Thanks, Holly.
Yep, go ahead, Nathan.
Through your worship to Councillor Shank, I think there might be some confusion between summer students and our shoulder season employees or part-time because they are a little different in terms of wage. So I think that's where we're tied up on that $20 figure. I think that's probably what it is because I think our part-time is in somewhere in that $20 range. So I think that's probably where the confusion lies because I think we had to, I'm quite certain we had to hire or tried to hire part-time in the middle of summer last year. So I think the timing might have tied in with the summer students and thrown that off a little bit.
Yep. Yep, go ahead, go ahead, Counselor Shay.
Some students are great, you know what I mean? And then you have some that, that's what, or I was just wondering what are our options?
And once again, I think we could probably say that with all walks of life. Sorry, where were we now? Parks and facilities, looks like page 30. Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, hold on. I think Councillor Martin had a question there.
Sorry about that, Councillor Martin. Go ahead.
You gotta look to your right. I know we're missing Bob here, but.
Just throw something at me if I don't get turned around, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to question in the parks and facilities and the revenue side of it, you're budgeting for less revenue for 2024 than we actually took in or budgeted for in 2023, I should say. Is that like banquet halls, ice time, that sort of thing? You're expecting less?
Through your worship, as I've stated a couple times, with revenues, we've tried to be very conservative rather than overinflate and come in with the number and then have to go back and look and say, holy smokes, we're way over budget on these. I fully expect that these will be increased in our next round through this. Maybe not significantly, but like I said, we try to be conservative to set expectation that, we're not going to see major increases. But as mentioned, the SBC is already trending higher than budgeted this year. Probably needs a bit of a bump to meet that, to match that, right? But as I said, I'd much rather start low on those and then come back and higher with a little more confidence on it as the year wraps up. But you are correct. It is a decrease. That's not the only cost center in there. There's some other programs and stuff too that we had to adjust. But that's the main driving force. As a whole, the SBC, like I mentioned, is actually bringing in more revenue than we expected.
Oh, okay. Because I thought maybe you were looking at what's been going on so far this year and it looks bleak for next year.
No, it's quite the opposite, honestly. The other thing to make note of though, with both 11 and 13 Market Square being listed for sale, we've budgeted very conservatively on those properties because they were currently rented or leased. So assuming those buildings are sold within the year, we wanted to account for that in the budget as well. So there's some significant revenue there that would decrease this overall value as well. So that's another portion of it.
Thank you, Nathan.
No worries.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Is there anything else? Seeing none, now we can move on to, I guess, page 30, Parks, Facilities, Service Upgrades.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick note on two of the items that contribute to that $210,000 increase from last year. The one would be the introduction of a turf maintenance program. We would want to start small, and I know that might sound silly right now, but bear with me. So if we were to introduce 2 fertilizer applications on all of our sports fields, soccer pitches, and ball field outfields mainly, that's looking at approximately $30,000. You can continue to move this turf maintenance program up and up as you go, but you can have 4 fertilizer applications, 6 fertilizer applications, but you can also add in top dressing and overseeding. We want to maintain our sports turf a different way than the way we maintain just parks grass or property. So we haven't done that in the past. And the only place that has proper irrigation for sports field is the fairgrounds outfields at the Ball Diamonds. No other place has irrigation. So we want to look at all of our sports pitches. We want to make sure that they're safe. We want to make sure that when people play on them, they're high quality so that we can continue to help clubs like Softball Napanee, the Greater Napanee Soccer Club, excel and get participants playing. This is a start for us. So we want to build on this program, but this would be a start. This would be 2 fertilizer applications on each field. And it would be $30,000. That is included in that 210 increase from last year. The other one is a vandalism line. For the past few years, our buildings, our parks, our playgrounds, we've seen a lot of vandalism. We've taken measures to try to reduce the vandalism, but I truly feel that if we had a line that it was meant for repairs caused by vandalism, we'd be able to really see what the cost is to the municipality. The other part to that is that when I have a building maintenance budget and most of that gets eaten up from just repairing things that people break, there's no way that I can possibly be proactive and do things for the building to keep it up, because I have to almost wait until something bad happens to repair it and have the money for it. That doesn't always work. Sometimes we go over budget anyways because we've had to fix it so many times. But I think this is a good start for us having a line for vandalism. And that way we can use that money to repair the things that get broken that, you know, were not our fault.
Thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Gower.
Yeah, Chris, maybe you can answer this question, maybe you can't. The bathrooms down at Conservation Park, speaking of vandalism, how much money have we spent on on those bathrooms just to get destroyed time after time again?
So that's a good question, not one that I can answer down to the dollars and cents, but I know that that in the parks budget, so that encompasses all of the parks, right? And so when something like the washroom building at Conservation Park gets damaged, that affects every park because it's all coming out of the same pot. So when I have a building maintenance budget for parks and that building is constantly getting hit, and we're paying for new urinals, new toilets, new stalls, we're paying to remove all the spray paint, we're repairing for plumbing that's ripped out of the wall, that's affecting that entire budget, not just that park. And so that's why it's important for us to be able to put that aside to a vandalism line. And we think that might help us track, you know, how bad this situation could be or is right now.
Yeah, because I know it's been destroyed a few times and that's why it's locked up and it's going to remain locked up, I understand.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Chris, refresh my memory regarding the Napanee Soccer Club. At what age do the players start dropping off because they don't have a good pitch to play on? And talk about SPC in particular, because I thought that was a pretty good example of what we're looking at regarding field maintenance.
Yeah, so through your worship, there will be a request coming during capital budget, a little bit of a retrofit to improve the SBC. The soccer club is, this past summer and the summer before, has not played on that field. It's settled over time. We haven't had a turf maintenance program in place. We've done things like car shows and events up there. The field is not safe for play, especially for youth. It needs some tender loving care. And once you lose a pitch like that, it costs a lot of money to get it back to where you want it. The soccer club is amazing at what they do. The young age groups are completely filled. They're just putting fields kind of everywhere where there's green grass because there's so many young kids wanting to play. And as they get older, the requirement for a larger field and a higher quality field, it becomes greater. And so what we're seeing is Napanee youth are actually going to Kingston or Belleville because that's where the rep teams are and that's where they have nice fields. So we want to kind of not stop the trend, but at least slow that trend and get those people playing in Napanee for the Greater Napanee Club, have more rep teams in Napanee, and so that we can, contribute to hosting tournaments and all those fun things. But you will see more on how we can fix the SBC field at the capital budget meeting.
Thanks, Chris. Councillor Shank.
So Chris, being a farmer, I can help you and I can fertilize those fields. You gave me a $30,000 budget, I'll have those suckers looking blue. First of all, have you aerated any of those fields?
No.
So number one, this time of year, you want to aerate it, get the frost going in, go ahead and open it up. Second of all, have you ever rolled them in the springtime?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you have those voids, you ever get a load of topsoil in to level all those spots out, reseed it?
Yeah.
Yep. So therefore, all I'm saying is for $30,000, and I know what a ton of nitrogen in, and if you get a ton of triple 19, now can you use the same agricultural fertilizer before a rain on a public field, or do you need a special fertilizer? That's the only kicks, because I was just doing the math on 13 fields and what I pay for fertilizer. And if you've done your pH and if you've done your soil analysis, what it actually needs, you know, you can, for $30,000, that I could do quite a few applications. So I can help you with that. You know, do you use different fertilizers?
So through your worship, so the company that I've been in discussion with about setting up this turf maintenance program, obviously was for budgetary reasons and planning. But they have several turf maintenance programs with people, schools like St. Lawrence College, City of Belleville. So whatever they quoted me on for fertilizer, I can find out more, but I don't want to say.
Oh, the only reason why I'm saying this, grass is grass, doesn't matter where it is or whatever. So all I'm saying is you got TCO Agrimart just up the road as a taxpayer. You've got some agronomists there too. They can go ahead and take a soil analysis. They can tell you go ahead and they're huge with the Agrimart group for fertilizer, and they can go ahead and they can get that fertilized, no problem at all. Or I've got a fertilizer spreader. It's something that can very easily be done. And maybe just I'm just trying to help you out with your program that you could do more. You know what I mean? For more that for the amount of money that you have, maybe, you know, you could do everything. So, or, you know, or it could cost a lot less. I'm just thinking of a cheaper way to do it. That's all.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Shank. I'd love to weigh in on it, but what I know about grass is very little, so, and fertilizer, so. In any event, is there Deputy Mayor Carver?
And actually, we as the rec committee, we went with the soccer club, and I believe the age was 15, was it not, Annie?
Sorry, through your worship, Deputy Mayor Calvert, it was a drop off between the U12 to U15 due to this field conditions.
Yeah, and the only field that we have in our municipality to accommodate your U16s or U17s or your rep would be the SPC. The only field that we have in our community with lighting is the SPC. And unfortunately, over time, for some reason or another, it's kind of went to where it's at now. So if we want to continue to grow the soccer and so forth, we need to stop having car shows on the soccer field for starts.
Councillor Hicks.
So I'm just going to add one more thing through you, your worship, and that is earlier in the evening, I mentioned the U18 tournament, huge tournament that's coming to Quinte West and Belleville. If we had a field that was up to par, we could promote Napanee as a practice pitch, and there's 2 hotels right there. There's restaurants. We have a lovely downtown. Take a boat tour. So this is where the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board comes in as well for this type of event. And I'm all for putting some money into recreation for the town, especially for that age group. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything further? Seeing none. Public Works. And I think Mr. Cuthel's coming up. Come on up, Jeff.
Through your worship, I'll just give a brief overview as I have the past few. One item I want to highlight just to start is that cost recovery line. That is our current county TAC agreement. We've held that flat currently. Once again, that will increase. There's a meeting in December. We'll know our rates at that point in time. So we expect an increase as it has over previous years. So we're just leaving it as is at the moment, but that will increase as well. We just don't know to what amount. And the other item I will speak to after Jeff kind of goes through his portion of the presentation here is that transfer to reserve. So it's going to look like that's a significant increase on public works alone, but that's more of a town-wide initiative to some degree as well. But this seemed like the most logical place to put it at this point in time. But I'll let him speak to the other portions, then I'll kind of take back over at that point.
Perfect. And possibly just to touch on that too, it just come to mind as Nathan was talking about that in 2023 as well, or no, that's in 2022. Sorry. It's just, we'll have a better idea of our performance measures with the county and be able to give an updated on what their actual contributions will be paying back for the amount of level of service that we gave them in 2023. Just to give an overview, of some of the questions that were asked tonight. You see the line for materials and supplies. We're looking for 1.6 million, up from the 1.38 last year. Some of the things that go into the materials and supplies is vehicle maintenance is 320,000 of that, fuel 265, like sanding and salting, it's $500,000 in there. If you go in at heat and hydro or gravel, cold patch, hot mix, our culverts and dust control program, just those mouthful items right there add up to like 1.4 or the 1.6. And they're all pretty important programs. And then pretty much anything outside of that's pretty granular just to make up the rest of the budget. Contracted services, you go through there. Insurance is huge. Our tree budget, as I touched on later, or in the next slides, we're looking at inflating it out to $90,000 this year. I believe it's an extra $30,000 for that emerald ash borer. Our staff, amongst any free time that we have outside of plowing roads in the wintertime, especially in the wintertime and shoulder seasons, spring and fall, we're out cutting ash trees down. We're cutting down dead trees. This here budget amount is imperative to trees in high danger areas that are near bowel lines, hydro lines, near structures that we just don't have the expertise or equipment to handle. And also, as I believe it said in here, this would be an influx in that budget line item to try and address these trees before they start falling down. You have anywheres around the 4 to 6 years from the time that tree's dead to the time that tree is going to be hitting the ground. We don't want to be chasing down trees that are falling down. That's just going to cost us exponential amount more money. So anyway, like I talked, like contracted services, you got your trees, insurance, line painting, asphalt repairs, building security, our waste management contracts, our AVL contracts, and for our trucks, our street lights and street light repairs, sidewalks, our CPCN maintenance programs that we are obligated to be involved with, our stormwater program, and our gravel spread, and just help out for gravel spreading when we need larger contracted vehicles. But yeah, and we have 23 paid staff. About 3 of those staff are only part wages are added into it for summertime staff.
To your worship, just on the staffing note too, significant increase. But last year we only had night patrol position at half the year. It got brought in basically midway through the year. So you're seeing that secondary portion also in there, similar to what we discussed with the firefighter, half of it last year. So a significant amount of that increase is related to that being now a full year round position. So we kind of dropped it last year and brought it back up as a cost saving measure last year.
Okay. Is there any questions on that slide? Yes.
Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, worship. Through you, Jeff, can you or Nathan just discuss the transfer reserve of 321,075?
Through your worship, there is a slide two down from here. I would like to go into it there if possible, but it's related to fleet mainly. But there's a fulsome breakdown on how that's going to operate there. So if it's okay with you, I would like to wait until that comes up and I can kind of speak to it aligned with the slides.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
So Jeff, last year we obviously had to do some budget cuts as well to road maintenance, that sort of thing, graveling roads, grading. Where are we at with that, and what did that actually in turn cost us in the long run?
Yes. So just to highlight that, when I did I guess it was on the next slide, but just jump to it. Our gravel program, we did propose doubling. Last year, we received a significant cut in our gravel maintenance program. It was down to $45,000. That's anywheres allows us to address, let's say just under 10 kilometers of road per year. That would put us at addressing, if we put granular on a road this year, we likely shouldn't be doing it again for another 20 to 23 years. What we're proposing now, doubling that, getting up to $90,000, that will allow us to, actually, that allows us to do about 10 so we're only allowed to do about 3 to 4 kilometers of road with the 45,000. This will allow us to hit anywhere around the 10 kilometers now with the budget amount. To be on industry standard, we should be applying 3 inches of granular to a gravel road every 3 years. And we would need to have a budget of around $200,000 and $250,000 to maintain that. Staff are receiving a numerous amount of phone calls. As council is aware, we receive these in. These are difficult conversations to have, but as we can say tonight in bringing up this topic, we only have enough money to do it. So we receive a tremendous amount of phone calls. People are driving on mud roads. Roads don't have granular on them. This is the budget amount we have to work with. Most of the time, we're just trying to put out fires with it.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thanks. Go ahead, Councilor Brunel.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, truer words could never been spoken of what you just said. As we know, Ward 3 is composed of mostly gravel roads, granular roads. There's a lot that there's no granular left on them. The amount of phone calls, emails that I personally get are probably just a fraction of what you guys actually get. And I know that I get a lot of them. So true words could never been spoken about how our gravel granular roads are right now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Shea.
So that was back to my question that I had mentioned earlier when we first got elected. Aggregate source, because you know aggregate prices now that Thomason's bought a lot. You know what I mean? Is there any? Do you have any other? Have you looked into seeing if we could have our own aggregate pile, like any quarry that we might have in the, you know, because we're going to have to look at being self-sustainable. That, you know what, if you need to do 20 kilometers of road and we have our own quarry and you get it, you know, the cost of doing it ourselves is a whole lot cheaper than having somebody already, you know, for us going ahead and pick it up. So that's why I asked that, because I always like to be
Yeah. As we've discussed, we have had discussions and staff have did a wholesome look in the past years at trying to have a piece of land that could be licensed, dedicated for aggregate mining. The town does not have any lands that would fall within that designation that we own currently. Some lands that have been looked at in the past have been assured to us that they would be dead ends to be looked at. If we, like for sure, Selby Yard has been looked at in the past as an aggregate mining opportunity. I believe you've brought it up in the past as well. We've taken that trail, but to no avail.
The only reason why I'm asking that is because I know there's a couple of quarries that are on some farmland, and I don't believe that any of those farmers are using those anymore. And if you could sever that off and buy those quarries, all right, you know, I'm just thinking of other options that it'll save us in the long run. So wouldn't it be nice if you had the option to say, oh, the guys need a couple loads, or like in, you know, that we could, it just makes it so much easier. That's the reason why, and I think it'd be cost efficient.
Well, I couldn't agree more, Councilor Steen.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, Mike, I hear what you're saying, but I think the rules, unless they've changed on your farm, you can blast and crush and use your aggregate. It just can't leave your property. So a lot of guys do have, you know, quarries on their property, but I don't know whether that would fall if the municipality bought that quarry, crushed and took it away from there and put it to the north. I think you're into your Ministry of Natural Resources and a huge agriculture, aggregate licensing.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calvert. Is there anything else with respect to the Public Works slide, page 31? Seeing none, Public Works slide, page 32, service upgrades. And
We've
Go ahead,
somewhat
Jeff.
touched on that, but just to bring the highlight again, two of the major increases through the operating budget this year would be doubling the granular program. This program, if you look back in previous years, has only generally received major, massive cuts. And nothing as was spoken truer, that aggregate prices have just gone through the roof. They continue to soar, and that just means our dollar goes not as far. So to get to an industry standard where we could hopefully just maintain, not even get our roads back into shape, but maintain our roads at an industry standard, we're needing to see somewhere around $200,000 to $250,000 in that line to be able to try and just maintain and hopefully cool the flow lines down a little bit. And then the other one that's highlighted there that was a great increase from last year was the $30,000 for ash tree. I'm hoping that within 2 years, between our crews really putting a hard focus on this and being supplemented by contracted services, we can get a good handle on this and not be reactive, be proactive in these measures. Another thing I'd like to talk about that we've looked at, you'll hear other municipalities have, but just to highlight on that would come out of that budget is having a tree canopy review done. We've had one done numerous years ago. They're quite expensive, the endeavors to get involved with. In recent talks with the County Langston Acton, they have a staff member who is qualified completely to do this kind of review. And they talk about being able to set up an app through our current GIS system and helping us out with that. So that's some really good partnerships that we can continue to foster with them to have that review done, especially in our urban area. And it was a very good exercise we did years ago. It identified our urban areas is blessed with a lot of silver maples and Manitoba maples, and they were coming of age, and we had some scary fall downs with them. So again, that was a very proactive approach we did years ago. It's something we have to keep visiting back to, staying on top of, so we're not liable. There's some other good things. So that increased budget amount may help us address maybe some things that are found through that exercise as well.
Thanks, Jeff. If there's nothing else, we can move on to Public Works staffing.
So the Public Works staffing, last year we had some wholesome discussions about the hiring of a civil technologist. I'll give an overview on these. I'm going to briefly give a touch base on this one. We can prove that this is going to reduce our contracted services. This is a set of skill sets that we would like to bring into our department. And to be quite honest, it's going to help me out a great deal. We're trying to do more in-house. We do our own road inventory and reviews and grading of our own roads. And I do a large part of that. Capital planning, setting up a capital work. We've now divided our crew, but right now, I help out as much as I can to set these jobs up and have them packaged ready for our guys to come in and go. If our guys, we have good crew lead hands, that if this job isn't set out, we have a crew that's spinning tires waiting to get going. The plan of this person would be the ability to use the technology, do the planning aspects of it, have these jobs shelf ready to go. For our surface treatment program, they'll be shooting ditch bottoms, edge of pavement, center lines of roads. They're going to have everything ready to go, know what needs to be done. When our crew hits the ground, they're going to be able to read a good set of plans and start executing. Right now, we don't have the complement of staff to do it, but we are doing a great deal of that work. This would be looking at helping out, assist review development reviews, stormwater plans that we've never had programs going in the past. When we're mandated to have these programs, this person would help set up and contract, administer stormwater management exercises cleaning out of ponds, setting up programs. This role, through some other wholesome exercises we've done, we can prove could be revenue neutral. Though over recent talks, hearing about the budget constraints, the next position that I'm going to talk about, I believe I could be more passionate on. Just to give an overview of the Public Works Department, this would be asking for an extra labor operator to be added to our Public Works crew. And to just give a brief highlight of the complement of staff that we have today and the roles and responsibilities. We have 15 staff that are responding to winter control measures. Out of those 15 staff, we have 2 licensed mechanics. We have a loader operator. We have a municipal, a small truck sander, runs municipal parking lots and smaller end roads that we can't get our big trucks in. Then we have 11 plow operators. If you take industry standards, we have 450 kilometers of road that we're plowing. The calculations anywhere between 30 to 40 kilometers of road. It's higher in the, or less kilometers per truck in the urban, higher in the rural. We're in the mark between, depending what numbers you use, it justifies we need 12 trucks on the road. We need 12 routes. I'm not asking for 12 routes or 12 trucks. I'm asking, right now we have 11 operators and 11 trucks on the road. We have a demographic of mixed use of men that are, and women that are young and old, but every one of them have their own challenges that we have to work around. They have family life, young children. There's illness and health that comes into play. We don't have our staff take holidays in the wintertime. They just don't. We rely on every one of our staff to pick up the phone every time it rings. So the basis with that, we have cyclical events right now. We've had it in the past, and we have 20-day events. Every 14 days, we have to set the clock. We have hours of service work that our guys have to go home and have a minute. They have to go to bed and lay their head on the pillow and reset their clocks every day. So we're opening up right now that we have times we can't cover our roads off. We plan the best we can and do the best we can to make it work. That's on that side of it. The other side of it, we do have staff right now that is a technical lead. This technical lead staff member that we have is capable and does help and does the work of calibrating all of our trucks, making sure that if there's an accident investigation, they're out there. As soon as OPP notifies us, they go out, they start the accident investigation. They start pulling all the information from our trucks, records of material applications, time of the last time the truck went by, plow up, plow down, road conditions. This is all stuff we know that the lawyers are going to be coming back at us within 2 years and asking for all of this information. Being proactive, the ability to be proactive and deliver that information keeps us from chasing our tail. We run a corporate fuel system up there that this staff member is able to manage and does manage. If there's accidents, mailboxes down, signs down, we don't have extra staff. We're pulling a truck off the road and we're going there and fixing them. Snow removal exercises downtown. We don't have extra staff to do that. So when it's full, we're pulling staff off the road to go and do this. This extra staff member that I would propose would be alleviating the technical lead, allowing us to have more time for him to do. It gives us one guy to be able to do the road patrols and ensure that when our guys are out plowing in other areas of town, that our needs are being covered or meeting our minimum maintenance standards. Record retention, documentation is all being done. If a truck goes down through its calibration or anything like that, that we are able to get it back up and running. This person, would fill off sick time, people that couldn't come in for any reason at all, and we wouldn't be having to put our mechanics in the trucks. And our mechanics don't have the time to do it because we're running fleet right now that is way past its time, and we're not looking to have budget to renew it anytime soon. So that is one position that I do ask council to consider in great detail.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Councilor Brunel.
Thank you, through your worship, Jeff. if another operator was hired, would we need another truck then, or how would that work?
No, the other operator, so what I would propose to do, that operator would then take, it's our smaller plow and sander truck that does municipal parking lots and other areas. They would fill that need. Our technical lead would be able to focus in on more of their duties that we have, like is conducting internal risk mitigations, and covering our due diligence for accidents. They take care of our full AVL system. If we don't have a person in staff that's trained to take care of that, we're calling in contracted services all the time to do it. So it's just, their main thing would be offloading, letting another employee perform the duties that we need of that employee, and also being a relief. So if someone was unable to come in, plus if we had a major consecutive storm events, we would be able to allocate that this guy doesn't come in tonight, they're home resetting their 14-day clock. And then the next night, another person would be off, and so on and so on. Having one extra person, if not, we're playing these shell games of declaring state of emergencies and everything else to try and not have, not state of emergency, significant weather events. You're declaring them to try and get around the clock of our guys being out of hours. But then we run risk of endangerment to our guys and everything else because they're running down the roads tired.
Thank you.
Counselor Hicks.
Through you, your worship. Your technical lead, so all of your log books, are they looking after all of
They
that?
would look after all of our log books. I could,
MTO audits, all that good stuff? Yes.
making
okay.
sure that
Yep.
CVOR and
Yep.
all of that stuff is making sure our routes are the most efficient. Like we're doing audits here in this off season, just always looking at our routes, improving them, making sure we're meeting our minimum maintenance standards. Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor Shank.
Now, Jeff, who was hired last year? I thought we had a technical guy that was hired last year. He was doing something else, but he was very good in computers and whatever.
Yeah.
Is that the same guy?
That is the same guy. So we hired last year, we backfilled, it was our road patrol technical lead position. We always had a technical signs, road patrol and everything else. The individual that's in the role right now is very skilled and talented in the role. And we've given him a lot of training, and he's come with a lot of training. And to be able to utilize that person, he is saving us a lot of contracted services. But right now, that person is responsible for doing road patrols, sign replacements, picking animals off the road, also has a plow route in the wintertime to plow our municipal lots and everywhere else. So it's understood to be very frustrated that there is none of our guys have downtime, and they're all good workers, but this position is overfloweth.
Thanks, Counselor Shank. Is there anything else for Jeff on this slide? Seeing none, reserve contribution.
So through your worship, and I know Councillor Purnell was wanting to ask on this. So at one point in time through the annual operating budget, there was contributions set up to go from operating into the fleet reserve, and that kind of rolled forward on an annual cycle. That stopped last year, and how we had set that up previously is we do an own vehicle in public works specifically. We do an own vehicle use charge out is what it's called on our books, and you can see it in that line by line detail that you have there. How it operates is if one of our staff members is in a truck, that time charges to that truck essentially when it's on the road, and it tracks as a revenue and an expense offset. As it stands right now in our books this year, that's purely what it is, revenue and expense offset. There's no budget line item for either of those. What we're proposing to do is put a budget line item for those expenses. So when they're incurred, that would actually transfer over to the reserve. So that's what we're trying to set up. Essentially trying to start funding our fleet. I know there's been a lot of conversation about what's going on with our fleet. Light fleet kind of is getting addressed on the next slide and will be in the future here, but heavy fleet specifically is not going to be covered by any leasing agreement. So we need to look at that as well. This isn't just a public works issue. I know the chief has brought up a couple of times. We have some pretty significant investment that we have to make into some fire equipment as well. So this is looking to build up that base again, and how we do it is basically trying to look at our annual depreciation. So that $320,000 figure, that's very close to in line with what our depreciation value is on the public works side currently. But for the town side, it's significantly higher. So this is only a step towards the right direction, I guess I would say at this point in time. But that's what we're looking to do is start to build that back out through an annual operating contribution. How we got to that $320,000 number in it took 2022's numbers, because that's the last full year that we had of this, and that own vehicle use charge out is based on OPS rates. So that's what we use with the county as well to charge back our time. And these are standard set equipment rates by the province. So we take a 90% factor on that, and that is supposed to include fuel, insurance, maintenance, depreciation, all of that. And then anything on top of that is intended to be the profit from it in this situation. So basically I backed out all of those expenses from that 2022 budget and plugged that figure that remained into a budget. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm happy to explain in more detail if needed.
Is there any questions for Nathan with respect to reserve contributions? Seeing none. Light fleet strategy.
So I can speak to this as well. I know there's been some questions around this, and especially after the utilities budget meeting, there was discussion on that because we had the replacement in place there. And Christy stated what she could at that time. Chris has taken over light fleet at this point in time, and I know we've gotten into this enterprise agreement. In saying that, we're not tied to anything with it. It's strictly leases. So you could break the leases, buy the vehicles outright, or you don't have to actually enter into any leases on an annual basis. The point we're at now essentially is there's some apprehension between certain departments on using these and whether we're actually gaining the benefit from. So what Chris has done is he sent out tenders for vehicles that we would look to replace this year if we were going back to basically the previous model where we had a fleet plan, built it out. Every year we're looking to replace X, Y, Z, and then fund through the sales after we sell the vehicles ourselves rather than going through annual leasing. So it would move away from that operating lease expenditure onto the capital side of things. So what he's done is he's put tenders out on the vehicles we are looking to replace this year. What's the cost of those? If we purchased outright, talked to Enterprise and said, here's the vehicles I'm looking at. What would the cost be to lease those? And we can do an analysis of those vehicles and essentially say, okay, are we actually saving money on this program? In the short term, leasing is cheaper for sure, right? And as of right now, if you're looking to replace right now, it's cheaper this year. But we're trying to figure out actually if this was financially the best decision. The one point I do want to make, and I know Chris is on board with this, doing both is not to our benefit. And I'm quite convinced of that. You're kind of dancing between the two, and to get the benefits of leasing, you need to do all of it with leasing, and to get the benefits of your own fleet program, you need to do it all that way. I'm not suggesting we buy out these 6 vehicles from their leases because that could potentially be quite costly. I don't know that number off the top of my head. But that's kind of where we're taking this towards, and just trying to get a better direction on that, because I know there has been a little bit of like, what's going on here. We didn't actually lease as many vehicles last year as was originally set out in the plan. So it's just trying to get that direction on that. And I think Chris will be able to wrap that into a pretty strong presentation, and we'll work through that and trying to get a more clear picture. It may come back that, we're talking small amount of difference between the two, but ultimately it's, what are we more comfortable with and what is council more comfortable with? And we're just trying to get those numbers to you. So the numbers that are presented here tonight for operating purposes are just a continuation of the vehicles we have leased currently. So you could see that in the general government line, because we took the leases and put them all into just a standard line item rather than into the departments themselves. So happy to take any questions. I don't know if Chris has anything he would like to add. But happy to.
Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
The longevity of the 5 light vehicles. Like how many kilometers? Is there any way of keeping them for another year or is it, you know what I mean? I'm just thinking at 14%, you know what I mean? Like, sure, but I'm just saying. Does it have 100,000 or does it have 200,000? Does it have 300,000 or is that a lemon that we're putting a lot of money in? If it's something that you can delay for another year and you do your cost analysis, whether you get a better trade-in value or not. But all I'm saying is maybe we don't have to trade that for those 5 vehicles in this year. You know what I mean? So that's, I don't know what the kilometers are or the damage or what the operational cost of those 5 light vehicles are.
Yep, through your worship, we'll be bringing back this at Capitol. There'll be, those 5 vehicles will be, make, model, kilometers. I'll get all that information to you. I can say right now that those 5 vehicles, like, we probably wouldn't get too much for them. They're old, they're worn, they need to be replaced. In the case of the utilities vehicle that Chrissy spoke about in her budget, like, it has to be replaced. It's their main plow truck and it is failing. So we feel like the 5 vehicles that we've identified out of the 40 light fleet vehicles, the 5 that we've identified to replace in 2024 do need to be replaced, whether that's by a new lease or just buying a new replacement outright. That's what we gotta figure out.
Deputy Mayor Cower.
Thank you. When we lease these vehicles, how long do we lease them for?
So through your worship, it is Enterprise's job to sort of look at the market, see what's hot. Maybe the F-150s are selling hot right now. We may have a few of them and they can get really good money for them. They might be 2 years in, they might be 3 years, they might be 7. So it's their job to figure out, based on the market analysis, what is the best time to sell those vehicles and then replace us with a new one. Standard lease is 5, sorry. Yes, standard lease is 5.
Yeah, standard lease is 5 years. And so then any damage that occurs to that, dented tailgate, bent up bumper, gouge in a quarter panel, folded quarter panel, we pay to get all that fixed before it goes back off a lease. Is that correct?
We do have the option to pay for that to be replaced so that it's going to increase our value. Minor things Enterprise recommends, like it might not be necessary. They only recommend the fixes if it's going to significantly change the resale value. So yes, you're correct.
So if we had our own vehicles and we owned them out to 6 or 7 years upon replacement, we would be probably money ahead because we wouldn't have to do any of those repairs when we're getting rid of them.
And through your worship, the kind of standard for a lot of our light fleet is like 10, 11 years. We could look at adjusting that in our fleet plan a little bit to say, when it gets to a certain kilometer or it's a certain age, we can look at that replacement strategy. But certainly we've done this for a long time. We've had our fleet plan. We see what comes up. It's basically on a schedule. We know each and every year sort of what we need to do. I will say that I do think the Enterprise fleet management will save the town money in the long run. But you need to be all in and you're not going to really see significant savings until like the back half. Like I'm talking, 5 to 10 years. So right now that might not be the best option, but that's council's decision for sure.
Yeah, because I believe some other municipalities that jumped in have also jumped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councilor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to ask a question. Did you say 40 light vehicles?
Through your worship, yes. 40 light fleet, and then we have 22 heavy fleet.
So I'm not going to talk about the heavy fleet because I get that. And when you say heavy fleet, you're talking dump trucks, loaders, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, fire trucks even.
Fire trucks, dump trucks.
Okay. So we have 40 light fleet vehicles and we have 135 employees. Can you tell me at some point over the next little while, how those 40 vehicles are split out amongst department. And I know it's not a smart car, but it's a little compact car. And what they're all used for. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Like I would really like to know the answer.
Yes,
Like,
through your
thanks.
worship, there will be a breakdown of where those vehicles are allocated. For example, parks and facilities, 8 vehicles, that kind of thing. I will also have some notes on the rationalization behind each vehicle. So what it is used for and what it does on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else with respect to light fleet? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
I just want to follow up on Councillor Hicks talking about the fleet there. I noticed, and I'll check tonight when I go by, but I noticed there's sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7 of those small cars sitting in the parking lot, like at 2 o'clock in the morning. So are they all being used or just randomly, or what? How is that working?
Through your worship, I'm assuming you're talking about 99 Advanced parking lot? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
99.
so the vehicles that you see there are typically the bylaw truck, and then the 3 building inspector vehicles, and also we have 1 pool vehicle that is shared amongst staff at 99 Advance. For example, myself, Annie, some of the other managers in the building, no one has like a dedicated vehicle, but it's shared use if needed.
Okay. And they might be vehicles, I suppose, that where staff aren't allowed to take them home at night. They can only use them in the daytime.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks, Nathan. Eric, Chris.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Is there anything else with respect to light fleet? Seeing none. Next up is solid waste, but I think what we'd like to do is maybe take a 10-minute break. I think that's probably this is most appropriate time. So we'll see you in about 8:50, 8:55. Thanks. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. Moving on, we're on to page 36, solid waste. And I see Christy has come up to the front. Nathan, are you going to start? And then Christy will take over.
Yeah, through your worship, yeah, I'll kick things off as I have before. Biggest thing I want to stress on this slide is this is at current bag tag scenario for a full year. So the numbers you're looking at here is collection surcharge for the full year. So that's outlined there. I'll make a quick note on the wages and benefits. I know it's on the slide here. When our staff do push off or do work at the waste disposal sites, they charge their time accordingly to those sites. So just made a slight adjustment of moving those that time to solid waste from Public Works. If you look at our Q3 financial report, actually from, it was supposed to be on Tuesday's meeting, and now go to the next one, you'll see that solid waste salaries look like they're out of line. That is the reasoning why, because that portion is actually budgeted in Public Works and didn't get shifted over last year. So we're just trying to true that up. So it gives a true picture next year at this time, basically. Everything else, relatively straightforward. The contracted services, I think we all know what that's comprised of at this point in time.
So I just thought I'd give a bit more background, just to clarify what everything, where everything comes from. So for revenue, I guess back up, solid waste, we always think of it as curbside collection, but it also includes, it does incorporate curbside collection of garbage and recycling, but also includes our 2 active waste disposal sites and our Water Street landfill that is operates as a closed landfill, but we have sampling and monitoring there. And our annual household hazardous waste event is also included in this budget. For revenue, just so you understand where that's coming from, obviously the collection surcharge that Nathan mentioned is in here. We also have the sale of bag tags, sale of scrap metal from our waste sites, some provincial grants for household hazardous waste and our waste diversion are included in there. And then obviously the income from our waste disposal sites, the fees that we charge, and blue box and composter sales. Wages and benefits include our 6 part-time landfill attendants and a portion of the 2 managers that oversee those, a portion of their wages that oversee those sites. And then, as Nathan mentioned, we're pulling over or incorporating some of the time that our public works staff spend covering the landfill at South Fred, and pushing back. They're required to take the loader out to push back leaf and brush quite often at both Roblin and South Fred. Materials and supplies include our purchase of the bag tags, training, telephone, heat and hydro at the sites, building and property maintenance, and miscellaneous supplies needed to operate. And then contracted services, obviously the big one is waste management, but I just wanted to ensure everyone understood that that's not this, that line is not specific just to waste management. It also includes our leaf and brush grinding, our consultants and engineers, the sampling and monitoring at the sites, our portable toilet rentals, our equipment rentals, and pest control. And I think, well, I guess we'll ask if there's any questions on that slide.
Good, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Thanks for doing this. In the detailed list that we were provided, the color of ink was provided that red is good and black is bad, right? And then I see on this slide that we're all in black, but now we're using brackets. So brackets are good, no brackets are bad. So if I read this correctly, that the way that we're set up now, if we do it for the full year, we'd come ahead $239,506. Is that correct?
Through your worship, compared to last year, we would still have a funding deficiency. Like it wouldn't be completely revenue neutral. It'd be $221,000 that would be on tax base still.
Why isn't that on this slide?
Sorry?
Why isn't that on this slide? I see that it's on another slide. That's where I was going to compare it back to. But this is just saying that we are above that number. We're above last year's, right, by 239, but we still are short 221,000.
Through your worship, that's correct. So through your worship, the surcharge would cover off nearly all of the curbside collection costs, but some of those other cost centers, such as the waste disposal sites, they run a deficit. So that's essentially what would come into play here.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Now, Christie, you're gonna have to bear with me. I know we've discussed this a little bit, but I mentioned some of my thoughts, but I'll make this to everybody else. A lot of businesses are going to a cashless, basically debit or credit. I would just like the rest of the council to think of this, and then we can give guidance to Christie. Is South Fred is cash. Get a couple of Moneris machines in there, or whatever machines you are. Boom. Then you know exactly what it is. You rip it off, receipt, done. I've gone to, I don't know how many, like I was in PEI, there was a country music festival. Everything, even the stands, everything was debit or credit. All right. It just not, I'm not saying anybody has sticky fingers. All I'm saying is just more for accurate. Second of all, you had mentioned the Roblin transfer site, because it's not a dump, it's a transfer site. We lost $90,000 last year. So just up the road from the Roblin transfer site, you have Nyberg's. We go ahead, we close that site, we still keep our license, all right? Use Nyberg's, you're gonna save yourself $90,000, all right? Because we're gonna close that site, but we still wanna keep the license in case there's any problems or anything else, we can always open it up again. You're not getting rid of a service, you're actually providing more of a service, and they charge the same as what we would charge anyway, I believe. All right, that was number one. Number two is that what I was thinking is that the Selby Barns, now we have all that land, and we have 40% of our organics, or our garbage is organics. We have a ton of leaves. They did an unbelievable great job in their grindings this year and everything else. I went and took a look at the dump at South Fred, and what they did, the grinding was one of the best years I've seen of what the efficiency they've done, because that could be used as potable soil, or used in our gardens, or used anywhere else, or whatever. But if we use all our leaf and brush and put it at Selby Barns, all right, and get the compost license for that, we can compost that there. And then people in town for leaf, all right, they can take, because it costs us $40,000 every time they come ahead and move the leaves. They can take a very close proximity to take it to Selby, up to Selby at the organic place. So in the springtime, or after a year, and they need some topsoil or whatever else, they can take some soil back to their, it's just a service done. I don't believe the city of Kingston offers leaf pickup. And I know it was quite a problem this year when the leaves were flying at different times. And even if you drive around town now, there's still a lot of areas that have a lot of leaves too. I know this is just going to be, there's going to be further discussion on this, but all I'm saying is these are some of the ideas that, you know, you could save yourself 90 grand. You can go ahead and have more accurate records. And then at the same time, you have a compost area that's very close to town. All right. And something what we could do. I think it's just another way to save money.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Shank. And I know that Christie has been taking some feverish notes. So is there anything else with respect to this portion of the solid waste slide on page 36?
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Shank. There would still be some operational costs to Roblin if it was closed. I just want to make sure that's clear. So it wouldn't, for monitoring and such. So I just wanted to make sure that was noted as well. But I think you're aware at this point of that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nathan. There's nothing else with respect to this slide. We can move on to the 2023 comparison data on page 37.
Through your worship. So I'll start this off. There's going to be a number of slides. It's going to kind of bounce back and forth between myself and Christie speaking on these. These are the numbers used throughout for comparison. Just pick a low, mid, high assessed value essentially to compare residence to resident. Just with a flat rate charge, it doesn't always apply to everybody's taxes the same, or if you're calculating it with that included, it doesn't apply what each resident paid equally. So it just gives a better comparison. So this is your start point, and evaluating each of these scenarios we're using this data as our comparison from last year to this year. So just so everyone's aware there. And when I was plugging this into our tax sheet, I kept the capital at the same as last year, so it would be completely equivalent for the rate purposes. One other thing, the scenarios highlighted here are from follow-up from the Waste Diversion Committee presentation. There was one scenario that I was unable to bring forward essentially because if we are to do one of the scenarios was a mail out and then any bag tags purchased on top of that at an increased rate. Problem being with that scenario is if we mail out tags for a full year, we would actually supply more than we had actually sold in previous years. So to do an increased number after the fact, we wouldn't actually know what we would sell because the number of tags already out there would be above that. Just so everyone's aware on that. That's why that's not included. Anyways, I'll move into the next slide. So as I've already mentioned, this is what's currently presented in the budget as is. So full year surcharge, continuation of what we did last year. Basically moving it to $200 and be a mail out of 50 tags. I know there had been a number of questions why we did separate mail outs last year. Given that it was the first time we did it, we didn't really know what we were doing, to be quite honest. This year we would be able to do that with the tax bill at that time. However, Chris and I have discussed this as well. If this is the direction that council's thinking to go, we will need indication potentially earlier than when budget is set because we do our mail out at the end of January. So I just want to put that and plant that seed that if this is the direction council is going, we will need indication if we're passing a budget in February or whenever it may be, we would to insert these with tax bill, we would have to have that decision prior to, otherwise we would be looking at a separate mail out again. So, and then staff have added some pros and cons. I don't know if Krista would like to speak to those or add anything to them.
Sure, I can just quickly speak to them. So as mentioned, we've previously done this once before. We do have things that we could streamline about the process, like mailing it with the tax bill. Cons, we will note that this was a significant undertaking for staff to physically stuff the envelopes, sort out the bag tags and that sort of thing. And again, our recommendation would be the one bag untagged rather than the mailings, but obviously that's why we're here tonight for council's consideration.
Oh, sorry about that. I was flipping the page already. Was there any conversations with respect to that slide? If not, we can move on to, go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the commentary or recommendation of one bag untagged, if they want to put out 2 bags, they purchase the second tag at what cost?
On our current scenario would be the same as what is operating currently. So the mailed tags would be the same cost as the purchase at 99 Advance or any of the other retailers that sell them. Now, those retailers have the ability to upcharge them, but cost would be the same under this scenario currently. As I mentioned, you could potentially try and do some scenario analysis and say if they're doing one bag untagged, that they wouldn't have tags in hand. So you could try and go above and say, okay, we could increase that. The real difficulty with that is we don't know how many bags are being put out. So we can go off tonnage to see what, that's what's costing us, but the actual, amount that's in a bag does not relate to actual tag always. So you're trying to compare 2 different things to a degree, which what makes it difficult in that sense.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councillor Martin, and then I'll go to Councillor Shank.
Thank you, Mayor. I think everybody in the world knows I'm on a different page when it comes to these bag tags, and even Christie with our Waste Diversion Committee. I mean, what we're talking about here tonight with a 14% tax increase, is this including the tax levy for bag tags in that 14%, or is that on top of that?
Through your worship, that would be on top of that.
That would be on top of that.
Correct.
So some people in
This
town
is just purely on operating levy, essentially.
So some people in town here are probably gonna have about a 25% tax increase because of the assessed value. If they're assessed and they're paying, I don't know, $2,000, $3,000 in taxes now. That's the problem I have is we're hurting the people who are least able to pay this tax levy. We're hurting them the most. And I have a whole problem with that bag tag system. Just because I think when you spread out the hurt evenly, it's much better than having, and I know there's arguments about whether it's even when it's spread out on the general tax levy as opposed to a specific tax levy, and Councillor Hicks a couple times have brought up how somebody, earning minimum wage or whatever, they can only afford maybe a $300,000 house. Some people can afford, an $800,000 house, but those people that are in the $300,000 house, they've got to pay this $200 extra on top of their taxes. And to me, it just isn't right to hurt those people the most. So that's where I am on this. I don't like this bag tag. I like it if we can buy a bag tag when you need it. But we're forcing people to buy a bag tag when they don't need it. And we're also taking away that incentive to recycle because people now are throwing, and I know of a lot of people are, and I'm not just throwing that out there because I want it to prove a point. They are putting their recycle and that information that you sent me, Christy, the other day on the last month, the October levels of waste that's going into the landfill. Well, it's maybe not going into our landfill, but it's going into somebody's landfill. It's our levels of garbage is going up and our recycle is going down. And it's, in my opinion, it's related to this tax levy that everybody's paying now. And it's just, I think it's wrong to hurt these people. And I just don't think we should continue that for this year. But I realize I'm only one person on. Everybody knows how much people have, the phone calls everybody got on this subject. People are rebelling against this program. And when they rebel, they take it out on the garbage and recycle. So I just wanted to put all that out there. There's things we can do, and Christy and I have talked about different things, and I'm going to be touring a green bin situation. Peterborough just started there, so I'm hoping within a couple of years we're going to be able to reduce our costs significantly. And I hate to see our recycle go down the tubes now, because things are changing in a couple of years' time, and we're going to want to recycle as much as we can. I just want to throw all that out there, and I'll live with whatever everybody else is coming up with. But my opinion is this program does not work. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martin. Councilor Shank, I think, and then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Calver. Or did you want me to go to Deputy Mayor Calver first? Deputy Mayor Calver.
So through your worship, if I'm reading this correct, if we go to under the current staff proposal, the operating increase would be equal to 13.95%. So if we did away with the bag tags, we just said, you know what, we're going to pay your garbage, everybody's taxes would increase by 13.95%. Is that correct?
Through your worship, we're comparing operating to operating. So under the method you're proposing there, where it would just be part of taxes fully, and there would be no surcharge, on the operating side, it would actually be a 26% increase.
That's what I was trying to get across, because if we add the two together, we're up to 26% increase, which in the case of my taxes, it would put me up $251 based at 13. So it's actually going to put me up about $500 if we did away with it versus the $200 I'm paying now to get bag tags.
Through your worship, I just want to make a comment to when Councillor Martin asked if that was on top of that. That wouldn't be yes, it would be $200 on top of that, but the increase would only be incrementally $100 from last year. Just want to clarify that point too. So it's not an incremental $200 difference, it's $100 difference. It is more money, but just want to make sure that portion is clear.
It's $200 on top of your general tax bill though.
Through your worship, correct, yes.
Counselor Shank, and then go to Counselor Hicks.
So and you still have people dumping garbage on Oliver side roads. You still have those individuals, which creates another cost for the roads guys to go out and pick them up because you have those type of people. Hopefully we put a, surveillance cam on it so we can catch them, that we have a bylaw in place so we can charge those people $5,000. My question is that now that the tonnage is going up, and then you have some individuals just throw it in recycling and they didn't care anyway. You're not going to change those people if they have that attitude also. So they're not into recycling anyway. So the point is our tonnage is going up. Are we finding out the true tonnages because they're not dumping them in all the other dumpsters that were around? Because anybody that I've talked to that have those dumpsters now, they don't really, they're not being filled, people are not dumping garbage beside them as nearly as much as they were before. Now are you getting the accurate true numbers now? That's just a thought. Maybe I'm right up the left base, but have you looked at that, or does that hold any water, or am I out to lunch?
So through your worship, I guess there's kind of 2 points to that. So the first point I'd like to make is that while we're comparing October this year to October last year, I don't know that it's really giving us a true picture of the changes in garbage tonnage or recycling tonnage. Basically, the average for the year is on trend with the previous year. So just something to consider there. We won't know until we have the full year to really compare there. And as far as dumping, you've made a comment on the private dumpsters. I believe as far as public works goes and bylaw, we actually haven't really seen a difference. Those people that dump are unfortunately still continuing to dump in those situations. So, we originally thought this would help that, but unfortunately it's the people that do it kind of seem to still be doing it.
Thank you, Counselor Shank. Counselor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. So take me back to 2022 and the shortfall that was made up. 2022. Yes. So what were we shy on the solid waste that basically had to be slapped on everybody's tax levy or taxes?
Yeah.
Was it?
So while Nathan's pulling that up, I just will say that's the way that the solid waste budget has gone forever, as long as I've known. We've had the price of bag tags, we've sold bag tags, but it's never fully covered the cost of curbside collection. Nathan here will.
Through your worship, the total deficit in solid waste in 2022 was $642,000. Keep in mind, as mentioned previously too, that does include waste disposal sites. So on curbside collection alone, the deficit was $595,000.
Councillor Pinnell was right, just for the record. So if we know approximately what our operating costs are for solid waste, so for curbside pickup, if we don't do a mail out, we don't do a levy, we just put it on and we don't say this is residential and this is commercial and that's industrial. It's like the fire department, it's like the school board, it's the cost of living. It's a percentage on the tax bill. And then you buy as many tags as you need. You still go out and you still buy your tags. So do you see where I'm going with this? I can't give you any numbers because I'm I'm not there yet, but if you took the percentage, because we were 585,000 short, can you work that out?
Through your worship, are you talking about going back to the old bag tag method and the cost of that? So about 3 or 4 slides down, that does go into what that would cost per bag tag. So that is one of the scenarios. So there's 3 scenarios here. 1 is current method, 2 is through fully funded through tax base, and 3 would be back to the old method. That's what is presented here tonight. So under that, sorry.
I think Councillor Hicks may be on to a different point here, though. The scenario 3 is proposing fully funded through bag tags, whereas where I believe she's looking at back to the old process where part of it's funded through taxation and part through bag tags. Am I correct?
Yes. So if the bag tags were, you're going to buy a bag tag and it's going to cost you $4 for a bag tag. If you want 2 bag tags, it's going to cost you $4 for each bag tag. If you want 3 bag tags, it's going to cost you $4 for each bag tag. But it's up to that homeowner as to how much money they want to spend in putting their garbage out. So they're either going to recycle, so they're only putting out 1 bag of garbage. It's putting the control back in the homeowner's hand. So yeah, Christy gets where I'm going with this. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin, then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Cower.
I just want to add, the shortfall you're talking about was also prior to us putting the bag tags from $3 to $4. So every bag tag that we sold, then we would have had another $1 in revenue, right?
Through your worship, yes. So if you look on our average number of bag tag sales the last number of years, it's around $200,000 prior to the change. So you're looking at $200,000 of an increase in revenue. So you would still have roughly $400,000 in deficit. That's also without an increase in our contracted services, which annually we get hit with a CPI increase from waste management. So I'm not sure how much ground we would be making. I'd have to look at the contracted services cost between each of those 2 years to see if that actually even offsets it fully.
I just wanted to point out that the difference isn't quite as much as it was because of the increase in bag tag price.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, I can't speak with other people's dumpsters, but I do know with our own dumpster, it was always if you didn't lock it, it was filled when you'd come in the morning. So we started putting a lock on it, and typically an average through the week, you'd end up with 4 or 5 bags sitting on top of your dumpster or beside your dumpster, which we have not seen now in several months. And we've done nothing else other than just people are getting bag tags.
Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. There's a lot more slides that we need to go through here, and I'm just wondering if we could have a good conversation like this after we've seen it all, and we can talk more about it. However, I strongly feel that we started this program. It might be right in some people's eyes, it might be wrong in some people's eyes, but we don't have a full year's data yet. And I think for us to change the way that we have it set up without having a full set of figures to look at would be detrimental to the program. But I do have a lot to say on this, but I'd like to say it afterwards, after we see the other slides.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. Moving on.
Through your worship. So just kicking back to what we originally talked about when I said, we're looking at a low, mid, high assessed value. What I've done here is done the increase with the bag tag surcharge baked in, and you're looking at each property at that level. So as Councillor Martin had pointed out, those with the lower assessed value do get hit harder currently on their increase. After a number of, if this program was to stay as is as a surcharge, that would change after a few years, because we would no longer be getting hit with that incremental increase. It would just be flat year over year. So the tax rate increase would actually be the same on everybody's after that. But the last 2 years, to Councilor Martin's point, those with a lower assessed value got hit the hardest, and those with the higher assessed value got hit the least, essentially, percentage wise. So that's the increase you're looking at there. I don't know if anyone would like any more explanation on it. I think that's relatively straightforward, but I'm happy to take questions.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Nathan, just speak about that. You know, I understand the mythology behind that. But why should somebody that has a $600,000 home with the exact same bag of garbage be charged differently than somebody with a lower? A bag of garbage is a bag of garbage. So therefore, I don't think that we should have this fully put onto the taxes to do it like that, because it's a bag of garbage, is a bag of garbage. It's enough that the remainder, whether it be 221,000, I think we're talking about, or whatever the case may be, is divided up that way. That's already going to be done like that, and it's bad enough that way. So I don't think that's correct for somebody that has a lesser value, or sorry, lesser assessment than a higher assessment, pay different rates on the garbage. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
I understand what Councilor Pennell is saying, but if you want to go that route, then you'd have to have a special tax levy on everything we do in town, policing, fire department, everything else. I don't understand why you want to pick on garbage only if you have that mentality as far as taxation goes. But like I say, I feel that we don't need to hurt the people who can least afford to pay. That's my mentality on that. I realize what you're saying. A bag of garbage is a bag of garbage, but I don't mind paying a little bit more to even out anything than myself. And I don't think any of us should be. I mean, that's why we have taxation, so we can have these things. We pool our resources, but now you're trying to separate different classes of people, and I don't think that's right. Well, not you particular, not you in person. No, I'm not saying that.
Excuse me, but by putting.
Whoa, yeah, we'll keep this civil, and
through you, Your Honor.
Lord knows that garbage creates a lot of conversations, but go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship, that by having different rates, it is segregating, or not segregating, but charging, whatever you said. Now I'm frustrated. But if you wanted to do what you're saying, then if we take this all the way back to the way it was prior to us giving out the bag tags and putting a levy on, therefore, then shouldn't we, as you walk into a general store to buy a tag, shouldn't it be charged two different rates then?
Go ahead, Councilor Shank. I'll weigh in here shortly.
So I'm gonna not, I don't want to muddy the waters. It's been a long night, been sitting here a long time, tempers will get going. The reason why this system was going is because it's only used by residential taxpayers. They're the ones that are benefiting. The commercial, industrial, anything else, they don't get garbage collection. They got to pay for their own garbage collection. So it's just the residences. So we're figuring out what it was the best or east, whether you agree or disagree, but it's the residents. And if you ever work the numbers, what do we have as percentage of industrial base that pays to offset your residences here? Who asks for the services? It's the residential taxpayer. All right. What is the residential taxpayer being offsetted by? The commercial gets taxed twice as much. Large industrial is what, 4 times as much? What they actually pay. All right. And what did they get for service? So all we're doing is, these are the people that are using the system. They're the ones that get the roadside collection. So these are the people that have to pay the bill. Whether that's the best or most efficient way, that can be another discussion on another day or later on. But what we have to increase if you want to keep this business model and want to keep the municipality financially viable, you have to increase your industrial tax base through what Michael Noble's done is with the CIP plan, what our staff has done with Christie's going ahead. So everybody's working at their own way to make it more efficient, but we have to reduce our expenses and increase our revenue somehow. So I've said enough. It's getting late.
Thank you, Councillor Shank. Is there anything else? I can weigh in if you wish. I think we're starting to lose track of the fact that we introduced the $200 levy in order to raise enough funds so we didn't have a deficit at the end of the year. And be quite honest with you, if my numbers, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we were somewhere in the area of about $850,000 in deficit from last year. So we introduced the $200 levy. However, because it was only for half a year, it was only $100, which we were able to recoup half of that $850,000 roughly. So on a full year, the $200 per household levy would get us somewhere in the area of and I haven't got the exact numbers. I got all the stuff in the office. 1.6, 1.5, 1.6. There's still a little bit of a deficit left, which we were hoping to pick up with the bag tag process. Let's not lose track of the fact that 70%, and correct me if I'm wrong, 70% of the costs are incurred just to have the service. And the people that have the service are the ones that are paying for it, which is the difference between policing and fire, because everybody has policing and fire, not everybody has roadside pickup. I am going to agree with Councillor Pennell in the fact that we introduced this process, this system, in for about 6 months. To try and do an evaluation on this system after 6 months, I think is almost absolutely ludicrous. And to try and change it to another system without actually having the ability to assess it over the course of at least a year, I think we might be a little bit foolish, but we're going to completely confuse, because I'm getting completely confused as to where we should go with this. In any event, that's what I would suggest. And I'm going to allow Councillor Martin, because he's not going to agree with me, but that's what I would suggest. And we'll see where we go at the start of 2025, because we are expecting changes. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, with respect to recycling by 2020, the end of 2025, or at least sometime in 2025. It may come before 2026. So that's, in my humble opinion, where I see us being. But go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I don't agree with you, but that's okay. I still like you anyway. Anyway, I have my greatest problem with it is we've taken away the incentive to recycle. And I've said this many times over and over. There's many people who only had a bag every 2 weeks, a bag every month, because they recycled meticulously. And this system doesn't take care of those folks. The other thing I have problem with is we're only catching the ones single family residential. We're not getting the ones from single family to fiveplexes. Those folks in there are missing out in the system. Now, yeah, they can go and buy a bag tag. I know that's going to be the answer to that. But anyway, those two things are my biggest hang up.
Yep, great. And thank you again, Councillor Martin. Deputy Mayor Calver.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we kicked this around hard before we made this decision. We all voted and approved it as council. Why are we revisiting this right now? And I know, Bill, you're right. And I actually voted against it originally. And after researching and figuring it out, I did come to the agreement that this is the correct thing to do at this moment in time. That's why we did the levy. So when things change in 2025, we may be able to revisit it and do it differently.
And I think, and maybe Madam Clerk will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did say that we would revisit this whole thing at budget time. So and I think that's probably why we're here. But you're absolutely right, Deputy Mayor Calvary. I know that we've kicked this can down the road so far that I think the can's getting worn out, but that's just my personal opinion. So is there anything else with respect to this before we move on?
Worship, do we want to correct the numbers on that, please?
Yeah, through your worship. So my understanding for the multi-res, they are charged up to a certain number of units, but it's only once. So they would get tags for that unit, but it would just be on the whole property itself, not for each unit. So they do get charged. Anybody who does not get charged does not get tags in the inverse too. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Based on where the conversation is going at this point, do you want me to continue to go through and break these down, or do we want to move on without?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we've got the slides in front of us, and then we've asked you for the options. So I think we should go through the options and see the pros and the cons. So I'm hoping that we just sort of don't muddy the waters on it, as we can all stay focused as to, we have three options, one of which is the system that we have, and then the two other options, we're putting it into the tax base. So I'll allow Nathan to continue and just let us, I think we're on to page 38. Is that where we're going to go with this? Full year surcharge? Should we cover that?
We've already covered that off. Yeah. Sorry.
Perfect. Let's move on to the fully
through tax
base.
Through your worship. So as I mentioned, the 26.76% is purely on operating. So if you're looking household to household, that is not the true increase. It's just because you would deduct off the increase from the bag tags itself. So that's how that operates. So it's not a true 26% increase if we're talking dollar to dollar. And the next slide will kind of break that down. So I know, I assume Deputy Mayor Calvert is going to have a question on it here.
Yeah, I just was looking, thinking, because there are people that I know are paying $9,000 a year taxes. If we put a base rate on it, what would the increase be on their taxes?
At $9,000? I honestly don't know off the top of my head. 25% on 10 is $2,500. So I would think close to that.
Okay, so we'd still be running with this 26.76%. So if they're $9,000 now, if we did it fully through taxes, they'd be paying another 26.7%.
Through your worship, that's correct. And then you would have to remove that increase from the bag tags last year. That's the mechanics of that. But I'll let Christy speak to the pros and cons too.
So through your worship, you have the pros and cons before you. Obviously, a pro would be the administrative burden would be removed on the mail out of the bag tags. However, we have people that may have an abundance of bag tags, and completely going away from that system would cause issue with people having those on hand. And what would be our next steps in helping them use up what they've purchased. And our biggest concern, I think, with this one is the waste diversion grants. Currently, we receive waste diversion grants based on our diversion rates, and we would no longer be able to prove that we are promoting waste diversion while allowing people to just throw out garbage as they wish without a limit there. So that would be our biggest concern. And
any comments? I see Councillor Hicks reaching for her microphone.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the waste diversion grants or the recycling program, have we really promoted that? Have we explained that to the taxpayer? That if they do recycle, that the town could receive more in the way of grants? Like there is a benefit here, like a very significant dollar value is involved. Can we start promoting that?
so through your worship, we have in the past, usually we try to give an annual update on waste diversion. And that's certainly something we can continue to do. However, we're going to see a change in that in the end of 2025. We will no longer be benefiting from that because that money will go directly to fund the recycling collection. And we'll come back at a later date to kind of give more information to council on how that transition will look.
And if my memory serves me right, I don't think the people that are running that actually know how it's going to play out. Am I correct with that, Christy?
It's been a challenge, but I think we've got a better handle on how it's going to roll out now. So.
Oh, you're so polite. Thank you. Is there anything else? Seeing none. We're up to fully.
This is just the financial breakdown. Sorry, through your worship.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
This, I hope, will help it kind of explain what you're looking at there, Deputy Mayor Calver. It kind of fully encompasses how that would interact with consideration for the levy and the surcharge and how that kind of intermingles for the overall increase. So I think that'll give you a better picture of what residents would be looking at if it was switched back that way. Just as previously mentioned, in the inverse situation, this is as an effect of the change that was made. So if we were to do it this year, those who are at a higher assessed value would see a larger increase to offset the decrease last year for putting in consideration for the surcharge. So that's just the mechanics of that. I think I've spoken enough on that at this point. I think that perfect. To your worship, the final option we presented here is fully funded bag tags. So at this point in time, the cost per bag tag would be $6.25 is what we've come out with at this point in time. If it was to be fully funded through user pay, essentially in that mechanic of what we used to do. So it would be another pretty steep increase to that.
So just the pros and cons of that, it would go back to a system that our residents are somewhat familiar with, purchasing bag tags and putting the onus back on the consumer to purchase as the need was there for garbage disposal. There's uncertainty for the future into 2026 and setting that price now, the $6.25 is essentially covering the cost of garbage and recycling collection, and that could change in 2026. And then it's really difficult for us to predict the number of bag tags we will sell at that price on an annual basis because, as our prices increase, we see people trying to conserve more and obviously produce less waste. So it was difficult for us to put that number together.
Your worship, to Christy's point there too. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Calver. Also with the bag tags being out there currently, we don't know what our sales are going to be like this year. And a number of people did come in last year before the change was made and stocked up. So there's likely a surplus of bag tags out there currently. So switching back this year would be very difficult to predict kind of how much we're going to do in sales.
Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yeah, I actually know a fella back in the day when they were $1 a bag and they were talking about going to $2 a bag. Went out and bought 1,000 tags and he's still using them. So to give you an idea, if you go back to your bag tags, there's people out there that's got hordes and hordes of tags.
Through your worship, I think that individual came into the office once or twice. Just to give a financial breakdown to this as well, you'll see the tax increase is significantly lower in this circumstance when you're looking at a per household basis, but that does not give consideration for the purchase of bag tags. Obviously, that would be on an individual basis, but that cost would still be borne by the consumer. So it's just a different way of looking at it. So year over year, it would decrease, but that cost isn't a consideration in this. So if you're just looking at how that would affect from last year to this year, that's how it would happen. Same effect as the last time where the higher assessed value would see a larger increase this year versus the lower assessed value because of the basically leveling out from the prior year with the surcharge. So any questions on that or?
Seeing none, go ahead, Nathan.
I think that wraps up the bag tag section at this point in time. I don't know if there's any more comments to be made or if we've hashed most of that out at this point.
Moving on to wrap up staffing requests.
Through your worship, this slide is just a wrap up of all of the staffing requests that were brought forward tonight at some point or another. I will make the comment here, and Councilor Pennell pointed it out to me earlier today. On the 3 full-time firefighters, it says 0.75% essentially. That would be per firefighter. So you're looking at per firefighter. So you can do the math. You're looking at 2.25 essentially for 3 firefighters plus a fire mechanic if you were to get into that. So 3% alone essentially for those 4 bodies. But figured this was just an easy way to put it all on one list. If people had any specific questions at this point in time on these, could take them or any specific direction, just the ability to do that now. Anything there?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Nathan. And of course, this is on top of what we've already heard, right? So this isn't included in that 14-ish percent. It would be on top of that. So yeah, I haven't got the number right in front of me, Deputy Mayor Calver, but yeah, it could very well be so. Let's go on to the next one, and then we can come back. I think we're going to have a very earnest conversation as to where we want to be in life. So, but let's finish up with the next slide there.
Through your worship. So just similar to the last one, there was a handful of slides that kind of highlighted some of the changes to service level that we're looking to make. This just puts it all into perspective, or puts a number beside it again, just to bring it back up. These are all baked in to that increase, just to be clear there. So these ones are included. This would not be additional. That's why there's no percentage attached to them currently. But just wanted to bring that back through as portion of the wrap up. Any questions on that, or move forward to the next slide?
Seeing no questions, but again, just to recap, these are service additions compared to what we had in 2023.
Correct. And then we've reached the end here of the presentation. So I've just added the dates that we have scheduled currently. Based on the way conversation's gone tonight, I would not be surprised if some of that expanded in terms of number of dates, but that's what we're looking at the current time. Happy to take any questions, or at this point in time, if there is specific items that you would like to see in more detail or direction, now would be a great time to kind of wrap that up.
Great, thanks, Nathan. And I'm hoping that we can give staff a little bit of direction tonight. I totally agree. I think we're going to be back here for another better part of a full day, just because the information, we've got some information overload here, especially this evening. We got some very, very tough decisions to make. So I think we're going to have to come back at it. But I guess, and I'm going to simplify this or boil this down as much as possible. I'd like to see and hear from council as to where, and this isn't going to be set in stone, but where do you think we should be in life with respect to our tax increase? And I apologize if I'm boiling this down too much, but and we've heard a big number here, 14%. Can we give a range to staff as to where we want to be? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
So this is 14% the way it is, but we've still got the another budget coming through, or is that everything? We still got capital. Have we got any idea what we're looking for at capital expense?
Your worship, at this point in time, no, we haven't got into the nitty gritty of capital. In previous years, a significant portion of our capital, especially our service treatment program, has been funded basically fully through, OSIF and gas tax. So that'll subsidize a significant portion of it. But if we're looking to make significant headway on capital upgrades, we will need to commit more money to that.
Great. Go ahead, Deputy Cower.
Well, I know where we were at last year when we cut a lot of our road maintenance, and that's going to come back and haunt us next year, the year after, the year after. So I would really hate to see any cuts go to roads this time around. I know we need more staff for this, we need more staff for that, but that might be a place where we can, shave a little bit off. There's no new hires for 2024 possibly. Just my thoughts so far.
Yep, thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Sure, we can look through the numbers and everything else, but you as general managers do this every day. All right. something that's palatable, still not palatable, but still something that I could sell, considering the inflation rates, this, that, and all the other pressures. We have to put money back into the roads. We have to go ahead and do certain things. But if you could prioritize, like I said, Nathan, you know what I mean? Like, show us, we have no, like, certain things where there's no give because they're fixed costs, like, you know, policing costs $4 million. You know what I mean? There's certain things that we can. You guys look at it and show us what you can do, what you can't do, and prioritize what is needed. Because roads are saying, hey, I need an operation, but I need a civil engineer or a civil technologist. So all I'm saying is if you have to give up one, which one would you give up? So you guys figure it out. And if you land between 6 and 7, all right, percent, I don't know how that would work. You know what I mean? I don't know how that would even be touching it, because you got $355,000 for doctor recruitment. So there's 3%. It gives you a 3%. But I know that I want to put more into capital this year. And plus I want to put money in reserves, but see where what is needed, what isn't needed. We can't continue what we did last year, but we had to find out where our books are. Plus, under capital, are we paying PUC back for East Street? I haven't seen that yet. So there's a lot of unknowns that I don't know. So for me to give you a figure of saying where it is, give me a figure that you live in the community. You know what I mean? Something that you can, that's palatable, and that at the same time, it's going to hurt. Knows no ifs and buts about it. But compared to other municipalities, we're still cheaper. I don't want to do that. I just want to run an efficient business. So give us something back that we can live with.
Through your worship, on the East Street portion, there was a report on council for Tuesday that obviously didn't come forward given the circumstance. But there will be a portion that will likely have to be paid back or will sit unfunded. Regardless, it will have to be paid back at some point in time, whether it's through utilities or through unfunded capital. We will have to pay that down. We do have the flexibility in the sense that we can take our time on that to some degree, but we also have a huge capital project coming on the utility side if we're funding it through there. So they're going to need money before things get too far away.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, worship, through you. Nathan, we're throwing around a number of 14%, somewhere around that number. I'm hanging on to a report that was provided to us that has a 5.98%. Is the 14% for everything that was asked for with all of the new hires? So where's the difference between this report of 5.98 and 14?
Through your worship, that's the capital portion. So that 5.98 on the bottom there, that's actually because there's no capital plug figure in there. So last year we did $271,000 in capital. That is not included on there.
So the capital will bring it to 14. No,
it could, depending on what capital requests are and approvals are. So 14% on operating, because we have the reduction of the SBC debenture, that dropped 3% off just on long-term debt. So you're down to 10 technically. But because there's nothing committed to capital yet, that portion also drops off. So another 3% essentially. Does that make sense?
still look, I'll work it out. You guys keep talking.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Mayor, I think you said to give a general direction, but I think just, I can't see us going into double digits, and I'd like to see something under 10. That's all just to give you a kind of a figure there.
No, and that's helpful, I think. So, is there anybody else would like to weigh in? I'm hoping we're provided some guidance for staff tonight. I'm not, sorry. Go ahead, yep. Go ahead, Jeff.
just stay status quo. Not getting caught up. All the years that you waited, you have to lead the infrastructure. That's just for bridges.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Just so I understand, so we get 1.5 from the county?
Through your worship. Oh, sorry. As of right now, we get about $1 million from the county in cost recovery for roads. What Jeff's talking about is that OSIF and gas tax money. So that goes. Correct. Yeah, we get about $1 million from one, about 600,000 from the other.
The county portion for receiving that.
So
I mentioned
So if you need $4 million and you get $1.5 million, so let's say you get another $2.5 million, you're short. 1% tax increase only raises $140,000. All right, it'll be the point where you know what, you won't have a municipality left. So you know, I got news for you because I'd sell out. I just if you could sell, you know what I mean. You go ahead and hit somebody with a 20% tax increase, you know what I mean, and over that, that's every year. You know what? You could buy Napanee. And I am in large industry coming here, forget it, because there's no way I would. You know, you basically, Canada, you just price yourself out of it between the carbon tax, this tax, and every other darn thing that you've got now. I mean, how long does an average person work before he works for himself? You know what I mean? I mean, most of my property is along Highway 33, and you guys don't even plow my damn driveway. You know what I mean? You got the Bay Shore Road, but I along Highway 33, the province does. So I understand the need for everything that they have, but I don't know where it's going to end. That's the problem. I'm not chewing at you, Jeff. It's just that I'm getting mad because people can only pay so much what they have. And when you have inflationary, and I got news for you, a lot of these people that bought these places during COVID times and paid an unbelievable amount for their houses, when their mortgage renews next year or within 5 years' time, there's going to be a lot of people hurting, you know, and with all the other taxes that you're paying. So that's the reason why all we can do is look after ourselves, be as efficient as possible. That's why if we can get our own aggregate to cut costs, to do that 4 million, we have to look at those avenues. Look at every avenue, turn over every rock that we can do to run the business more efficient. So we can supply our own gravel that we're not paying the higher cost. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Because we have the expertise, so we're gonna have to do some cutting, you know, and we'll have to figure out different ways of doing the business. There's my rant.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike. Is there anything else? If not, we're going to be looking for a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock. Seeing none. And I think we're probably gonna have to go beyond 10 o'clock just to finish up this agenda anyways. I think, Madam Clerk, because we still got. Oh, because we haven't gone through the proposed 2024 utilities budget update. Okay, let's look for a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Shank, second by Deputy Mayor Calver. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. If there's nothing further with respect to the 2024 draft operating budget presentation, we can move on to the proposed 2024. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, it is getting late. We'll look for a motion to note and receive the 2024 draft operating budget presentation. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. Proposed 2024 utilities budget update to utilities capital. Christy, I see is coming back up.
I will just have to keep this quick. What we're looking for here is when we presented the budget on November 2nd, since then staff have realized that we failed to include the removal and disposal of the pre-existing heat exchanger for the wastewater treatment plant. So we are looking to add $15,000 to cover that. It would include some plasma cutting and that sort of thing to get that out of there. We just thought this was appropriate time to make sure that we were clear with what we're looking for. So in the proposal, originally, we were looking for $124,000 for that, and we're looking to increase that by $15,000. Based on that, we're not proposing any change to the rate increase that was proposed on the November 2nd meeting. So we're still looking at a 3% rate increase there. It would just change kind of what we're pulling from reserves for that budget.
Okay, thanks, Christy. Is there?
Sorry,
go
if I
ahead.
may, we will speak to that, but then I just want to take this opportunity to, I believe the clerk's looking to publish the utilities budget. Do we want to speak to that separate, or can we?
So through your worship, assuming that we had no concerns following the information report that was provided to you on Tuesday night about the total costs of the in the budget for the water pollution control.
Yes, wastewater
plant,
treatment plant.
Wastewater treatment plant. And nothing that would significantly alter those numbers. The plan will still be to issue a public notice on Monday of a proposed utility rate increase of 3% to be debated and decided on by council at the December 19th regular meeting. As Christy has stated, this minor amendment would not change the proposed rate. It would change the draft budget document that's provided to that meeting. So we just wanted to be transparent about that. If you think you won't have enough information to vote on the proposed utility budget on December 19th, we will adjust our public notice plans and plan to do something in January.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What are you thinking, Council? Or do we have? Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Move staff recommendation.
Great, thank you, Mike. Moved by Councillor Shank, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion is carried. And we're up to confirming the proceedings, I believe, Madam Clerk, are we not? We'll look for a motion to confirm the proceedings of council for the Corporation of Town of Greater Napanee at the special session of council held November 16, 2023, moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Shank. Read a first, second, and finally passed the 16th day of November 2023. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. Motion for adjournment moved by Deputy Mayor Cower, seconded by Councillor Martin. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks, folks. It's been an extremely long evening.